Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chats on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's clips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coins, Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's clips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. The best damn show is always here. The best damn show is always near. According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does. In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile. Running jokes, mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Poetry with a wicked smile. Running jokes, mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Lindsay, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. From the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but we're always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and never be the same. She started off observing
Hi everyone, just keeping an eye on this in the back chat so it doesn't start, just giving people time to get in. Leanie's not here at the minute, she's probably zen sleeping as she does. So we just wanted to say hello to everyone and let you know that I'm just doing a couple of things, adding some things in the back, and I'm keeping my eye on the course in case it starts, because at the minute we've just got that blue badge on the wall. So, just so you know, that's where I am.
Your moments of glory, you're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worries. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Lee, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story. Your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worry. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, she wants to know what it is all about. According to Leanie, you're welcome here while we all just figure life out. So sit back and yak, smile and laugh, have a cuppa or two. Leanie is coming on right now and she welcomes you. Let's hear life according to Leanie. In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaning last, guess it's gonna stay our little secret every day.
Hello everyone, thanks for coming in. Please hit the like and subscribe to our small channel to help us get out there in the algorithm. Thank you very much. And for all the new people coming in, if you want to read this so you know where you're up to, just it'll help all the mods save repeating themselves. There you go. Take a look at that, and I'll leave it up for a minute, and then I'm going to put the course on the screen. It's still not started. Does anybody ever remember when we've done these lives for how long now? Over 2 weeks. Are these ever starting at 9 a.m. your time, 2 p.m. my time? Because I don't remember them once being on time. I think it's awful. Why don't they say 2:30? Because that's what time it normally starts. And you're rushing in to get there and they're never there. I'm fuming. I had loads of time today and I was still late. Got out for me walk and everything. Yesterday, guys, I felt so crap. I hadn't slept at all. I felt like a dog. I was a dead dog. It was awful. But I had more sleep last night. Not 100%, but I did have more sleep and I felt better this morning and I was gabbing from early this morning. Remember to take all my meds and I'm all right. So there you go. So yeah, so I'm leaving that up. So if there's any new ones, that's coming. But if there is, welcome to the chat. And we hope that you like our channel. Got everyone in here. You couldn't find a better bunch of people. They're all lovely. Gang of girls we've got in at the moment. I don't think we've got Alex in or John in right now. But yeah, all the girls are absolutely brilliant. So I'll do a little roll call and then I'll put the course on, eh? So good morning to Possum. Thanks for coming in, love. We've got Miss Dodson, Lisa Dodson's in. We've got our Lulu. We've got Gemma. Hello, Gemma. We've got Misty in as well. Melly Joe, our little Melly's here. I'm going down this chat, girls. Give me a minute. I think it's the usual gang in, isn't it? Can't see anyone different up to now. I said morning to Dolores, didn't I? Please don't let me miss anyone else. Got Sharon in. Sharon Davidson. Thanks for coming in, Sharon. And Maggie, by the way, Sharon. Leanie. So when Leanie comes in, guys, as you know, she'll type in capital letters all the lowercase. So you know the difference between the two. Because we both come up as according to Leanie. But obviously she's Leanie, I'm not. It's because I'm attached to her account. That's how it is. Good morning, Britty. Thanks for coming in, girl. Here's the cork, guys. Hold on. Here's the course. Ooh, shit, and sugar. Let me put the sound on.
Council. Good morning, Miss Clancy.
I'll probably go off again in a minute as it does.
Before we start, could I see everybody talk about today's schedule?
Yeah, can everybody see it? Let me know, guys, if you can see and hear it, please. Let me know so I can fix it while I'm in the back now. Hi, Lunchy. Good to see you, girl. Thanks for coming in. With your little 11s. She'll be a true crime buff like us. Good morning, Supermom. Thanks for coming in. Did I see someone saying hello to Elena? Hello, Elena. Thanks for coming in. I haven't come across your name yet. Just looking. Susan Marshall. Thanks for coming in, love. Have I just seen Charlotte Tweedy somewhere? Yeah, please hit the like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. For the new people, I hope you can understand me. I am trying to talk slow, but if you've still got a problem, oh my God, she done exactly the same yesterday. My sister-in-law rang me and I said, I'm on a live. She said, okay. So, that's that. So I'm gonna, I'm still looking at the chat there. Let me just send a message to say, can't talk. Oh. Sorry, girls, I'm just sending this text message. Nice, I've just sent 2 texts, told her what I'm doing and said it's all okay. So she'll get back to me. She's normally an early buff as well. She's normally up at the crack of dawn. So it's the only way she didn't message me then. And yesterday, at one point, everyone decided to message me at the same time. So any new people in, I hope you can understand me. If there's a problem, let me know or let one of the mods know and they'll scream for me to shut up and slow down. All good, you on that all day. I've just said I can't talk and she's asking me questions. Right, I'll take a picture of myself with my headset on. I'm gone. Gone. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. You know what? This is all the people I'm chatting to. Now can you go? Now go away. Got to go. Wave. Let me wave. Say goodbye. Bye. That's it now. I'm not answering no more. Right, so that's one gone. We'll wait for the others. I'm in Liverpool, Anne. Thanks for coming in, love. I hope you can understand me. Did she say she can understand me? I hope so. I'm very common, Anne. Very common. I can talk posh. If it's easier for me to talk posh like that, I will do. But these all understand me. See what I mean? See the way this call comes on and then goes off? Every single day is the same. Every single day. Have you noticed? They never start at 2. So they start between a 2:15 and 2:30. Sharon Davidson, her husband, comes from Liverpool. Oh my God, Sharon, where about in Liverpool? Have you told me this already? I'm sure you have. I can't remember nothing. I've got the worst brain I've ever had in my life. The worst brain. I have never had brain fog like I've got now. It scares the shit out of me. I'm not sure whether you said Anfield. Did you tell me Anfield? That's where he was from. Thanks, Misty. I might not be able to hold my tongue, Lisa said. Why, what's going on, Lisa? You are popular, Maggie. It's a blessing and a kiss. I know it is. I'm terrible. Oh, Lunchy, now. Listen, terrible. Listen, Lunchy, I've got a song there that I think is definitely AI that I found before, right? I'm going to send it over to you to see if you can put our own words in it. Just to, not the whole lot, just to make it like ours and we're not robbing someone's content, if you get me. Would you be able to do that? It's all okay. Anne was politely shown the door. Why was Anne shown the door? What did she say? Did she say I talk like shite or something? Why? Why was tell me what she said? Oh, I've got to scroll up. Her messages won't be there now, though, will it? Oh my God! And here's me welcoming it. Can't believe that. How rude, Anne. How rude. Let me see what she said. So she come in and she says, it's 2:30 in the afternoon where I am. And then lunch, she said, Anne, use proper manners. Speak proper English. Shut up, Anne. Okay? I'm not English for your information. I'm Scouse. That's the difference. So go and do your research. And yeah, how very rude of you to come in to our chat and speak to people like that when they all greeted you and welcomed you. How rude. What did Sharon say? Let's see. She said speak proper English. Well, she's just got smacked right in the gob, hasn't she? Because I'm not English, I'm Scouse. Here he is. Here's Alex, the only man of the day. You're taking a chance, Alex, with all these women. You're very much loved. Very much loved. Now, this live come on before, Alex, and it's gone off again, as it does, every single day. Misty said, no, above that. I go for Chelsea, Sharon says, and he goes for Manchester United. Can't even say that to a Scouser. Can't say Man United to a Scouser. Anyway, where am I? Misty said she's going to be busy today with all these dumbasses. Aren't you? Aren't you going to be, when these Aussies go asleep, you scales are going to be run off your feet? So have we had one block today? One block. First block of the day. I'm going to have to open and start eating my orange in a minute. Wish these hurry up. Okay. I mean, I can't make the music the same if that's what you want. Now, I'm not bothered about the music. I can take the premise of the song and change the words to pertain to us. Yeah. It's just like,
Council, we ready for the jury?
here we go.
Yes.
About time as well. So everyone can hear and everyone can see. So I'm on my own, girls, so I won't be able to talk in chat.
We have one of them there at 2 o'clock. It's just the compliance. I'm gonna send it to Judge.
All right. Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and before the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Proceed.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial for matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Rankin. And the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Sharon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. All right. Nice to see everyone. You know, I'm going to ask you those questions, and we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. So first question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next question. Is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And what I wanted to, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. We're at the point in the trial where I think, as you saw a little bit yesterday, there's kind of some stop and starts that go through. And I think we're going to have a similar day today. All right, so I appreciate your patience with us as I deal with counsel about some things that I have to speak to outside of your presence. But as you see the cases moving forward, and those kind of gaps or the stops that you see are part of the reason that keeps the case moving. So I think the schedule today will be similar in some ways to what we had yesterday. All right. And so with that, we're going to now return to the defendant who's presenting her case at this time. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Sue Clancy, please. Yes, you should be in the hallway.
Sorry, with the testimony, we have a- Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just going to ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could. All right. Counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Judge. Keep your voice up so officers can hear you as well. Thank you. And just tell us your name and spell it, please.
Susan Clancy, SUSAN CLANCY.
And what time do you live?
Situate.
And you're married to Chris Clancy.
Yes.
And both you and Chris are mother and father of Patrick's.
Correct.
And you are about to live in Lindsay.
Yes.
Tell us what your relationship was with Lindsay, how you knew her, and things like that.
Yeah, Lindsay married my son Patrick, and we had a very good relationship.
And did you have occasion to go to their home
Yes.
in Weymouth?
Yes, I did.
And then in Duxbury as well?
Correct.
And obviously, you and your husband were the grandparents of the 3 little kids.
Yes.
And how was your relationship with the babies?
Beautiful.
And tell us how frequently, to your memory, you were able to visit with your son, Lindsay, and of course your grandchildren.
At least a couple times a month we would see them.
At some point, oh, by the way, what do you do for work?
Iron.
I'm sorry, an Iran?
An iron.
And what type of, any
I worked in the labor and delivery room for about 38 years.
38 years in labor and delivery?
Correct.
Helping women that were having babies. And
correct.
Obviously, you kept up with the studies and continuing education and things?
Yes, I did.
To that extent, in your capacity as an RN with 38, well, back then it would have been 35 years of experience, I think.
Yes.
Fair to say that you, as I said, you would keep up with all of recent developments in postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, all of that.
Somewhat, but I mainly just was in the delivery room
So
itself.
were you aware of the various physicians that were in the forefront, if you will, of postpartum studies as it relates to medicine?
Yes.
And would one of the people that you were interested in be a person by the name of Dr. Meg Spinelli?
Yes.
And can you tell us who Meg Spinelli is?
I don't really know Meg Spinelli well. We've spoken a couple of times. I believe she specializes in postpartum mental health.
And have you met with her before?
Not in person.
Okay. Did you at some point ask Dr. Spinelli to help out at your hospital, and I guess they call it a rounds lecture?
I asked her to bring on her experience and education in that area and share it with my colleagues.
Did she do that?
She did.
And as time went by, dealing with your job, your family, your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, did you notice in 2022, after Callan was born, any change in the personality, if you will, of Lindsay?
Several months after that, I did.
Would that be sometime in the fall?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, being as close as you were with the family, well, let me back up. As a mother-in-law, did you have any observation to observe Lindsay with her kids?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother?
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mom. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because you didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, in, let's say October, November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt, mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yeah, she asked for my support.
And did you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
Would that be the South Shore?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, as a result of your intervention, was a nurse practitioner, Julie Hall, agreeing to step in and help out?
Yes,
Did Lindsay see Julie?
I believe she did.
And you really pretty much were out of the mix at that point. You basically made the connection, knew that she was on there, right?
Correct.
Did you find that Lindsay was interested at all times in trying to get better and see doctors?
Very much so.
Did you find at all, do you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person.
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall the holidays for 2022?
Yes.
Tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
You knew in January, New Year's, actually, that she ended up going
Yes.
to the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
You know that she'd eventually get out of the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
Fair to say that you and Lindsay, as I said, communicated a lot by text messaging, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to approach you with extraction report. This is a report that is done by the DA's office of the state police, Mr. Whiffen, on what's called Celebrate, where they can go into, did they examine your phone?
No.
They examined Lindsay's phone and obtained texts. Have you seen the texts?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the extraction report. Okay. And you can just take a look and see if your telephone number is on there, just for foundation purposes. Or if it is, okay. And just quickly flip through and see if you recognize those texts. You don't have to look at all of them, that's for sure. They appear to be texts between you and Lindsay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to go through each and every text. What I'm going to suggest is I would offer this, and then the jurors would be able to look at what they wish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, Kamal just makes the same objection previously made.
All right. Over the Kamal's objection, that may be admitted.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kamal?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated that you were a labor and delivery nurse for 38 years.
Mm-hmm.
And what hospital was that?
South Shore Hospital.
And early on in the defendant's career, did you work with her?
Briefly.
Okay. And she then went to Mass General, correct?
Yeah, she was a student at the time.
Okay. And you stated that you are aware of a doctor named Meg Spinelli, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her in this case?
I don't remember exactly how she and I connected. I don't recall.
Well, you indicated that you connected with her in a professional capacity to have her come to your hospital, right?
Yes.
But as far as her role in this case, the defendant, did you reach out to her for that?
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
Now, you said that you began to notice some issues in, defense counsel said October, November, but fair to say you weren't aware of what was going on until she texted you on November 16th when she was at the emergency room?
Yes.
And that was at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And you actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
Did you know how she got there?
She drove.
She drove herself to the hospital?
Correct.
And she was in the emergency room for a while, correct?
I don't know how long, probably an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Well, you went down when you knew she was there, sat with her for a little bit, went back upstairs to because you were working that day, right?
Correct. I wasn't able to go down immediately. I had to wait about an hour and a half, and then I went down.
Okay. And then you sat with her for a little bit, went back up to work, right?
Yes.
And then you came back down at some point before she was discharged.
Yes.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just very briefly?
Well, this won't shock you, but I just got a call, so I missed all that. I've just said I've got to go. So, have I missed anything important? Let me know. 75 watching and only, 100 now and only 15 likes. Come on, please hit the like. And if you'd be so kind, subscribe to the little channel. Just helps us to get out there. Do you know what I mean? So, take no notice of my Scouse accent. This isn't my channel. I'm just here helping out the host, which is according to Leanie. So, her name's Leanie, but we think she's still sleeping right now because it's only early in the States. But it's 2 p.m. in the UK. So, this isn't her channel. I mean, this isn't my channel.
So,
This
Mrs.
is
Clancy,
his.
you came down to the emergency room and you sat with her for a while, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was there?
Yes.
And fair to say, she indicated to you that she was having trouble sleeping and she had some heart palpitations.
Correct.
And that's what brought her to the emergency room to get checked out.
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had consumed a weed gummy before going to the ER that day?
She did not.
Okay. And in your experience as a nurse, is that sometimes a reaction to THC or CBD or some sort of weed that somebody might have a faster heartbeat?
I don't know.
Now, when she was in the emergency room, she was seen by a doctor and provided some medication. Were you there when the doctor was there?
Yes.
And you're aware that the doctor, the ER doctor, gave her some trazodone to help her sleep?
Yes.
Because that's what she was really concerned about, right? The sleep.
Yes.
And when she left the emergency room, did you call her an Uber or have Pat come and get her or call your husband to come get her?
No.
She left in her own car, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say, after that ER visit, you remained in pretty constant contact with her, at least via text message,
Yes.
right? And that you would check in with her pretty much daily. And that's all in these texts.
Yes.
Now, you were familiar with the perinatal behavioral health clinic because of your work at Social Hospital,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the person actually that you connected with first was not Julie Paul, was it?
No, it was one of the midwives that I was working with.
And her name's Nanette.
I think so.
And so did she provide you with Julie Paul's contact information?
She suggested Julie.
Okay. And as a result of the suggestion, you reached out to Julie with Lindsay's permission, right?
Yes.
And you said that at that point you made the contact, knew she had spoken to Julie, and you kind of stepped back from the clinic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're aware Julie Paul is one of the only prescribers that the defendant encountered that's not personally named in a civil lawsuit that's pending, don't you?
I'm not sure.
Now, so the ER visits on the 16th. Contact is made with Julie Paul on November 20th, right?
It sounds right.
Okay. And that would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
In the time period, well, you knew she was going and going to see providers and meeting with Julie and going to the clinic. Did you offer to help out more with the kids?
Yes.
You were still working full-time at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
So fair to say it was kind of limited based on your schedule?
Correct.
Did you have a normal schedule that you worked at that time period?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, as a nurse, did you work day shifts? Did you work mids?
I worked the day shift.
So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over?
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all their belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
And as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much. He was younger.
And how about Callan? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that
I didn't know that, no.
That she said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
I did watch the kids.
Okay, but are you aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
I didn't know any of that.
Now, Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you via text about her issues with sleep and the medication she was taking, right?
Yes.
And as far as the ER visit where the trazodone was prescribed, do you recall having a back and forth conversation with her about that it's okay to increase it if you weren't getting any relief?
The doctor told her that, so I repeated that.
Okay. And so you're aware that she was, in fact, increasing the dose?
I did not know that.
Now, once she was seeing Julie Paul, did you continue to have conversations with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
And you knew that she was taking some new medications after she saw Julie, right?
Yes.
And sorry, these pages are different than mine. At some point, after being prescribed some medication, you recall that Lindsay told you that she thought she developed a benzo dependency, correct?
I vaguely remember that.
That'd be on November 29th, where she says, I just deep down inside of me feel that I've developed a benzo dependence after just 2 weeks of using it, and I feel like no one is hearing that and addressing it, and we keep throwing different meds in the mix that aren't really addressing the real issue. Do you recall that message?
It sounds familiar.
And she asks you, or you respond, so hard, I don't know what to do, so should you not use it? And she responds, I guess not, but then I don't sleep, right? Do you recall that?
I can't say for certain. It sounds right.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of specifics.
And November 30th, she says, and I'm just trying to show on the screen here. She says, I'm not okay and I'm terrified of taking meds tonight. Do you see that in the green?
Yes.
And then your response is, why are you scared? Why happens if you don't take them? What are you afraid of? What about Ambien, right? you're actively trying to help her kind of figure out the medication.
Yes, there were a lot of medications.
Okay. You're aware she wasn't prescribed all the medications at one time, but just a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
That she's very clear, and she tells you which medications she's taking, right? Ativan and Remeron.
Probably.
Okay. And then she also tells you on November 30th, when you're talking about it, she says, I know they take time to reach a therapeutic level to have the desired effect, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you respond, exactly. And she tells you that she's just depressed, and she thinks it was brought on by the medication, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, on November 30th at 7:52, I was never ever this depressed. It was brought on by the medication. Did you say that, or did she say that?
She probably said that.
Now, you were asked about the holidays and Thanksgiving. You remember Thanksgiving? Where did you guys go for Thanksgiving?
To my daughter's house.
And do you remember telling the grand jury that during Thanksgiving things were better?
I don't recall.
Well, do you remember her saying that she said things were better? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. You were asked, what was Lindsay like during the big Thanksgiving gathering? What observations did you make? Answer, she smiled. The girls all had Thanksgiving t-shirts on that sort of matched. We took a picture. She mostly focused on the kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Now, during the holidays, you, in fact, took some time off of work so that you were around a little bit more, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were around a little bit more, did you spend all day, every day at their house?
No.
Fair to say you would come sometimes play with the kids, right?
Yes.
Do shopping for her.
Correct.
And then you actually went on vacation.
Yes.
You and your husband went to Aruba.
Yes.
How long were you in Aruba?
5 or 6 days, I think.
Okay. And now moving towards Christmas, you had dinner with them at their house on the 23rd, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember breakfast on Christmas Day?
Yes.
Was that at their house or someplace else?
Their house.
Okay. And then what did you guys do after breakfast?
We went to church.
And fair to say you've previously testified that breakfast was great.
Yes.
And that church was beautiful.
Yes.
And in fact, the defendant, she told you that it was great and that she was glad she went to church that day on Christmas Day.
Yes, she did.
And then after that, you're aware they went down to Connecticut to see her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Okay, so you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Yeah, Counsel, could I see you over here? All right, and what that means is you are not to consider it for any reason or any purpose, okay? All right, counsel.
So you were aware, Mrs. Clancy, about the stay at McLean Hospital from January 1st to January 5th, correct?
Yes.
And did you come to the house to help with the kids during that time period?
Yes.
And fair to say, when she came home on the 5th, there was a party for Cora on the 7th.
Yes.
Did you go to the birthday party?
No.
Were you at the house much between January 7th and January 24th?
I don't remember.
Do you recall previously reporting that you hadn't been at the house?
I don't remember.
And during that time period, you never took the kids on a day trip or for a visit?
I don't recall.
And were you aware that between January 7th and January 24th that Pat and Lindsay went to the Cape Codder with the kids?
I'm aware of that.
And that they went to the Museum of Science with the kids?
Yes.
And that Pat left Dawson and Callan home, or excuse me, left Dawson and Callan home to go take Cora skiing. Were you aware of that?
It sounds accurate to me.
On the ski trip, did they ask you to come over and stay with Lindsay while she was with the other kids?
I don't remember.
And you were asked on direct examination about Lindsay going to see providers, and you said, I think she was begging for help, right?
She was.
Did you attend any of those meetings with her, therapists or doctors?
No.
So you don't know what she told the providers, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know what kind of help she asked for other than medication, do you?
No.
And do you know whether there was any other options offered to her other than McLean, like a partial hospitalization program or intensive outpatient? Were you aware of those options?
Yeah.
And do you know if she went?
She went to Women and Infants.
So that's the one day where Pat dropped her off and went skiing and then came back, right?
I believe so.
And nothing further.
All right, Ms. Springton, redirect.
So she asked you about options that were available to Lindsay, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned one of them was that she could go to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island that specializes in perinatal and postpartum, right?
Yes.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes.
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes.
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come on.
On that. So you're aware she was turned away because she told you she was turned away, right?
I don't remember the details of that visit or that day.
You didn't review the records, did you?
No.
So you're not aware that they actually deferred to Pat and Lindsay reporting over medication?
I remember something being said that she wasn't a candidate for that program. That's what I recall being told by Patrick and Lindsay.
Okay. And that's because everything she described was reported connected to medication and occurred well after what's considered the postpartum period, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're a labor and delivery nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I don't know.
But you're aware that she was sent from Women and Infants with actually several options, where it included inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. That's what she was sent away with.
Okay.
Nothing further.
Okay, one more.
Go ahead, one.
So outpatient management, that would include somebody like Gelada, right?
Yes.
You know that women and infants called Gelada and she never called them back?
I didn't know that.
Come up with anything on that?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you. All right, well, members of the jury, this is one of those stops that I told you about we're going to have kind of throughout today. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury, hopefully just for a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you right back in and we'll continue with the evidence. Okay?
All rise, please. Your next
Jurors of excellent decorum in this course of session, please be seated.
All right, counsel, I know that the next witness is scheduled to be Dr. La Posada.
Yes.
And she will be testifying by Zoom.
That's correct.
And I think that at some point after we talk a little bit, we're going to have to take a short break just to make sure that logistically everything's all set up with the doctor and the system here. And I appreciate everybody's help technically in setting that up. And I know that the defendant has provided, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 exhibits that counsel wanted to introduce through Dr. La Posada. And so I guess, Commonwealth, if you had an opportunity to take a look at these?
Yes, and we are objecting to these items.
All right. And so why don't we discuss those here in open court and go through it. And so I've had the opportunity, I saw these this morning as well. And so Commonwealth, why don't I hear the objections and then I'll hear from the defendant.
The main objection is that the drawing is inaccurate. The window well is in the wrong place, and where they have her falling and landing in slide 4 would be where the window well is actually placed in the photograph. I can pass up the photograph to the court. This is in evidence, I believe, maybe a couple times. But talks are discretionary, but what they should not do is mislead a jury and present information that's not accurate. And so the drawing itself is inaccurate. And so we're objecting to these slides.
Is that the Commonwealth's objection, is that the window well is in the wrong place on the drawing?
And putting aside the late disclosure and the fact that I don't know if anyone who created this is going to come in and testify that they created it and whether it's to scale or not, but the main objection is that it's inaccurate.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, the window well, you've got, this thing is ridiculous. There's the diagram we're talking about. The window well, I'm just gonna, you already have a copy of it, right?
I do, yeah.
The window well is depicted on the diagram, I suggest accurately And in fact, measurements were taken by the gentleman who did the computer animation in conjunction with information by way of medical provided by Dr. Laposada. And it shows clearly that, as Veronica can see, that we're talking about the x-rays that are included. There are exhibits that she attaches that shows the way that she falls, how she hits her head. The Commonwealth has been suggesting that, I guess, that they're confused as to how she would have ended up the way she did. This shows the way that she landed on her head, gets to Jefferson fracture, falls back, legs are facing out from the house, she's laying in the snow. They're all depicted there. If there's an issue with the window well that's off according to the government, they could raise that on cross. They could say, well, the window well was really 6 inches to the left instead of to the right. That never struck her anyway. It's totally irrelevant. I think that they are useful for a jury to be able to review. I did have copies made for the jurors and the court, as well as the DAs. And Dr. Laposada has it. And then I could go, I could go through, but you can see that we've taken the diagram, the window, where the body lands, and then to the right of it would be the actual X-ray. Dr. Laposada can compare the injuries, talk about the Jefferson fracture. There's a photograph that shows the blood in the snow, shows the area, and the photograph actually shows the window well. And I suggest the window well on page 6 is exactly the way we have it depicted. So I don't know what the objection is. I would ask that the court would allow this to be in.
All right. Well, I guess it appears to me slides 4, 5, and 6 certainly go towards the doctor's opinion as to, we said, the mechanism of the injury that shows the head striking of the ground. And then on the other part of the slide has the x-rays, and there's also a slide regarding the Jefferson fracture diagram. And then 5 is a diagram showing how the thoracic spine injury could have occurred. And there's a diagram regarding the thoracic spine, specifically T6. And then slide 6 shows and I think there has been testimony as that is where the defendant was found. And also then there's a thoracic spine, I think it's either an x-ray or some type of scan, as well as some of the additional medical devices that were found in that area. I'm not quite sure about 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine. I can remove 1. I can remove 2. And we'll just focus, if you want, on 3 through 6.
I think that goes more towards the doctor's background and kind of what had been offered in regards to her opinion.
Your Honor, I think you said you were unsure of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And defense said he could go with 3, 4, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 3 was an issue, was it not?
What's wrong with 3?
Well, I think, again, I think 4 kind of would cover what's dealing with that. All right. So I would allow in slide 4, slide 5, and slide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Not our objection.
And so what we'll do is, objection noted. And then what we'll do is take a short break at this point, set up the Zoom call. Also, I know we're going to have to probably make certain changes to the jury book that was going to be presented. So the only slides that will be in that book will be, like I said, just so we know.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, just so we know which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
There's a book?
Well, no, it's not a book. It's just Laura stapled together all of the exhibits.
All right. So just so we know what we're talking about, right? 4.
Yes.
And 5 is the thoracic spine.
Yeah, so like I say, I've got enough for the jurors plus you and the DA's.
Okay, and then 6, I just kind of want to make sure that we're all talking the same.
96.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so why don't we do that? We'll take a short break so that those changes can be made and we can set up for the Zoom, and then we'll come back out and we'll proceed with Dr. Lapasada.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Right, guys, I'm absolutely fine. I've started eating my orange. It didn't even feel sick, honest to God. I felt sick and then vomited, and that was it. I was like, I was in shock. But I threw my head quick because I thought it's going to go all over the laptop. So instead, it went all over the blanket and all over the chair, so we had to get it all off and then mop the floor. So that's where it was. But honestly, I'm absolutely fine, and I'm eating my orange. I'm leaving my peel to last. So, welcome to J.103. It's a terrible, sad case. Terrible. She was failed by too many people. And Patrick's mum, at first I thought she was okay, then I thought she didn't know anything, she couldn't answer anything, I thought. So obviously, he hadn't talked to his mum. I mean, we all do, don't we? We all say, you know, she hasn't been a bit of good and she's doing this, she's saying that. And so he hadn't told his mum anything because she didn't know anything at all. And you know what? I started this case where I was completely on the fence. I thought she was innocent. And then I heard what happened when she woke up, which knocked me. And then where she, you know, she made sure she had him out of the house. She sent him where to go. But I think if she was in her right mind, who on earth would only give themselves 12 minutes to wipe out their family and themselves? Come on. Would you give yourself just 12 minutes? It's impossible. Even the timeline isn't right. Her body was so cold. So it must have happened way before the time that they're saying. I don't know. I mean, surely they'll be able to sort of work that out, how long it takes. It's just a complete mess. And now I'm starting to believe, which I never did, that it was him. Now I'm starting to think, is everyone right? Is it him? You know, as he framed it, as he made it look like it was there because he's fed up with it, he can't cope with it anymore. And he's already in talks with the other woman because they all used to go running, and I'm convinced that they knew her prior to this because he left 4 months after those kids died, his children. And I mean, and he was married to Lindsay. There was nothing wrong in the marriage. He stuck by her and he believed her, but he divorced her. Now that doesn't make sense to me. It would have made sense if it was a year after, 2 years after. As I thought, well, you know what? She's in prison. She's never coming home. He's got to move on. But within 4 months, he was gone. And he moved to the same place that this other woman lives. Yeah, well, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just being bad-minded, but I don't know. I do believe he was carrying on, cheating. He was cheating. We say carrying on. I don't know whether you do, but it just doesn't seem right, does it? So it seems like he got fed up with Lindsay being ill all the time. You know, I know it is hard to put up with someone who's going through a psychosis and things. It's very hard. But, you know, he's obviously thought he'd had enough. And I do believe he was talking to this other woman, if not sleeping with her at that point. And he knew he wanted a new life, another life. He moved on within 4 months, got married this April. Why did he choose this year to get married? When he was, what didn't he want to find out about his kids, sort this case out, and then move on next year when it was their own year, blah, blah, blah. There was nothing going on. But no, they got married this April and they've got another child. He's got another baby within 13 months. Well, no, it's not within 13 months. Within 13 months, he was spotted with her. And then that was, so 13 months. So then he's been with her like 18 months and then they just decided to get married now. So yeah, they've got a baby. I mean, wouldn't you be terrified to have another baby? And she's in the same work field as Lindsay, where Lindsay is a labour. We call it a midwife. So you say, what do you say? I forget what you call it. And the other woman he's married to is people, for people who can't have children. So very similar. I think that's weird as well. So I'm thinking, did they know her through Lindsay? And she used to go running with them at times? Because isn't that strange, isn't it? Of all the jobs, I think she works in the same hospital and knew Lindsay. She knew Lindsay liked to run, or vice versa, and they took up running together. That's my belief. What do you think? Yeah, if it's a fertility doctor, she is, yeah. What do you think? Let me know what you think. Do you think it's bad-minded, or do you feel like that's what's happened? Let's have a look in the chat. Welcome to all the newcomers anyway. Thanks for coming in. Please hit the like, and if you would, please subscribe to our small channel. It'll help us get out there in the algorithm. Thanks very much. So let's see. Due to his Microsoft programmer, I think that has a lot to do with this. If I'm not mistaken, Lindsay and Patrick knew her from the marathon circle. Yes, Mama Grace, definitely. But the more I think about it, I think that Lindsay's known her from the hospital because the jobs are too close. Do you know what I mean? So I think she's messing in there, and they've gone running together, and then Patrick's joined them, and the rest we know. Yeah, Lindsay was a labour and delivery nurse. Hiya, Shauna, welcome, love. Thanks for coming in. She said, I don't know how anyone can do that in 12 minutes. And I heard someone say the other day, us women, mums, never supported the other mums that killed their children. This case is different, suspicious. I agree. Yeah, they're on a break. My feed quit working. I hope it sorted itself out now, Megan. And Supermom says, yes, Dolores, he was a tech guy. He could remote in all kinds of stuff. And the answer about his phone on Wi-Fi is stupid. Yeah. Dolores said, I feel it in my 3 kids got killed. I'd never want to see another kid in my life. Me neither. I couldn't even think of moving on in another relationship. Honestly, I couldn't. Maybe in years to come, but not moving on 4 months and moving to where she moves. It all sounds sus, and nothing's going to come of this. We're never going to know. And I don't understand why he's not paying some accountability for his part in this. But totally should have got his kids out the way when she told him she was having thoughts of harming them. It drew me in, totally drew me in. Shauna said, I believe someone posted something the other day that they knew her from 2010, the new woman. It wouldn't surprise me. Honest to God, it would not shock me at all, Shauna, because the more I think about it, I think they didn't get to know each other running. I think Lindsay knew her from the hospital. I really do. And you know what? I've just had that orange without even knowing. I'm looking for it, thinking, where's my orange? It's gone. I bet it. Can't get over that. Okay, Nat. See you in a minute. It is. It's all a bit shady, isn't it? Do you think? Anyway, how long is this break on for? Did they say? Let me know what they said. I'll put this up for a minute until they come back on. Just to remind everyone to please hit the like. In fact, you know what? I'll put that one on in case anyone comes in and they want to know what's going on. Got me apple here, guys, but I'll have to wait till I go off the mic to eat it because all you'll hear is crunching. And then everyone will want an apple. Didn't say how long, Mel. Dolores, they let Patrick go, but they need to pull him back and get on him. Do you think they will? After hearing all this, I asked Smelly Joe this morning. Do you think that when they've seen all this, I mean, if we're all thinking it, why aren't they thinking it? So is it because there's a lot more evidence? But isn't the evidence now? Oh, I don't know. I'm all mixed up. Yeah, Patrick Clancy. Hiya, John. Hope you're okay, love. Oh, John, it was terrible. Just terrible. She asked for so much help. Even the mother-in-law's just been up. She asked her as well. Oh, you know what? Wouldn't you have phoned just a daughter and gone, you need to come and get Lindsay's kids. We're going to take her. She needs to be in a hospital. And her and Patrick took her. Wouldn't you? I'll never get over that. That would be the first thing we'd do here. What do you think? Hiya, Charlotte Tweedy. Oh God, Maggie, it would take too long to give my opinion, but I'm convinced he did it. She was drugged and locked in a bedroom as he was in basement. Yeah. It's not right what I'm listening to. Unless we've got it wrong, I don't know. I don't feel we have. But who in the right mind would give themselves only 12 minutes to wipe a family house? And you know what? I've heard, because I didn't hear it on here, because I was yapping. So I can't say this is for sure. But did they say that Patrick Clancy's DNA was on the bands and no one else's? Apart from, oh God, what's the eldest lad's name? Not Callum. I can't think. But did they say that it was only his DNA on the bands? Or was that not said on here? Because I don't know whether it's true, you see. So I could never quote that. John, that's the $1 million question. The $1 million question. Why didn't anyone do anything at all? None of them. Probably lie anyway, of course, but you know what? There's ways and means of finding someone else in the lies, isn't there? That's true about the DNA, Gemma. So it did say that on the trial. There was only his DNA because I wasn't sure if I heard right. So there you go. There was only his DNA. Why was there only DNA? I'd understand if oh mind you, could that have come from him being the last to take them off the kids' necks? But they'd still have some of his on, surely. Surely they'd still have some of his on. Can you imagine how much she had to pull on them because they were elastic? Can you imagine that? Oh, God. It's just sickening. Shauna, yeah, well, oh God, Gemma's just said it was said in the trial. It wasn't something we've heard elsewhere. She said it was actually said on the trial that there was only Patrick's DNA on the bands. Hello, my name is Blair. Listening to Maggie's change of heart. I've tried, but why would she admit to everything if she didn't do it? That's my only hang-up and thinking he's the one, because he might have convinced her. He might have brainwashed her she did it. He's probably, maybe she's been drugged that much and then she's come round and he's gone, you don't realise what you've done or whatever. Or he's been saying to her, the kids are in the basement, the kids are in the basement, the kids are in the, whatever, I don't know. Because when she woke up, she said, he asked her, and she said that in the, see, I'm thinking now, he's not. I'm thinking now. I'm thinking about that bit now. Oh, Gemma, blade him up the wall. I'm going back now, guys. I'm going back because I'm thinking of a words when she woke up. When he said to her, "Where's the kids?" And she said, "In the basement." And with him being the last to take them off, his DNA's on it. Now she's out of her mind, for sure, for only giving herself 12 minutes. What do you think? Let's see what people are saying. Supermom said, "Damn it, I've got to get ready for work." Oh, girl, you'll catch up later because I'll still be here, no doubt. Big John, am I on the right one now? Hi, everyone. I don't know where I am, never mind you, John. I'm up the ball. I don't know when anyone's in a different chat. All I know is I'm on a, I call it a landscape. Oh, so what have they took a short break for now? To get all that together. So did you hear that she, what did it say? She fell on her head or something. I have typed it, but it'll be miles up the chat now. She fell on her head out the window because we were wondering what way she fell. Melly Jo said, "Did the dispatcher hear Lindsay say the kids in the basement?" She did it. She did hear something, Mel. I'm not sure what it was. Again, Supermom says, "Also, why didn't he look for the kids? I had an emergency with my son and he was mid-flight to a hospital without us. I was freaking out and Dad wanted to leave right away, but we had to plan." Oh, God, love you. Oh, that must be awful. Because he went in, shouted at everyone, and was looking around and run upstairs thinking they were upstairs and noticed blood on the handle. So we went in the bedroom, see the window open. Blood, as he said, looked like a hose had gone off everywhere. But they said it was nothing like that. There was nothing on the walls, so they said. So he knew she'd jumped out the window, so we run down to her and asked where the kids were. Dolores said, "When we seen the bed pull up from the wall and she was a tiny lady, something came adding up. Crazy. And she was already cut up. Because she had that knife, didn't she? She must have done it because there was blood downstairs in the basement. So she must have had to go down there, kill the kids, come up into the bedroom and done more there. Because that's where the waste of the blood was. Yeah, terrible. Absolutely terrible. Sharon, do you not think though? You can see she was a loving mum. She adored the kids. If you were going to take your kids out just because he wanted a divorce or he knew he was with someone else, so it was a case of, if I can't have you, I'm taking the kids with me. I'm going and I'm taking them with me. Would you have done it the way she did? If that was me and I was round the bend or whatever, I'd give them tablets to go to sleep. I'd give them an overdose. I wouldn't do it that way. And I don't think she would in her right mind. I really don't. She was too much of a loving mum. That's it. That's a mother who hated her children to do it that way. It must have been an awful death. John said the medical board needs to be investigated. How can one person be prescribed so many different drugs? I agree. Britty said, I thought it was the kids' blood in the basement. There was some, but there was hers as well. Because when she was going to the different kids, some was smeared on the kids. Supermum said, thanks, Lisa. I did, but didn't, lol. He was 7 and now he's 21, almost 22. No scares, only emotional. Lisa said, PTSD. Supermom, I was freaking out and my husband was calm. Thank God, there's always got to be a calm one. At first, then he freaked out and I was calm. That's it. I'd be the same. I'd freak out. My husband would calm me down. But if I seen him losing it, I'd have to calm him because I'd hate to see that. That'd make me so more scared and anxious. Dolores said the knife was laid down with the left hand. I agree, because I know how my granddaughter lays her stuff down with the left hand. You can tell the way the knife is, yeah, the blade's to the left. Yeah, 100%. But they said right hand, Lindsay is right-handed. Definitely in wrong chat, Gemma says. John said he contributed to her mental state, 100%. For sure, Lisa said. So what makes you think, Jem, what makes you think, are you in the wrong chat, you're saying? Yeah. What makes you think you're in the wrong chat, love? Is Gemma in the wrong chat, guys? Can you check? Charlotte said he didn't take them off, the medics did. No, I'm sure he took them off. Charlotte, he took them from around the kids' necks. I remember that when he was on the stand. He said he removed them. Yeah, he did, Supermom, definitely. He removed the bands. You're in the right chat, Jem. What makes you think you're in the wrong chat, Gemma? Yeah, he definitely said he was he took the bands off because he was questioned over that. You haven't seen John's comments? How's she not seeing John's comments, guys? Oh yeah. Melly Joe said, Gemma, do you have it on top chat and not all messages? That could be what it is. You've got to press the 3 little dots and put all messages. Shauna said, there was a mother near my city that stabbed and decapitated her 3-month-old baby. She was diagnosed with severe postpartum psychosis. That to me seems wild. See what I mean? It just something evil, I believe, overtakes them in some of the cases when it's really proved that it's postpartum. I believe it's an evil entity. I do. What does everyone else think about that? Who do you mean, Gemma, who was unable to speak? You mean Lindsay? Now, when he got there, he asked her where the kids was, and she said in the basement. And then when she got to hospital, she had a cardiac arrest, and they brought her back, and she was intubated. She couldn't speak. What is it called? Intubated or something. Where they put the pipe down and it does breathing for you. Sharon said, I had it according to everyone else but me. See what I mean? You're not aware. You're not aware, but that just shows you. Okay, my name is Blair, said. Okay, this is addictive. Seriously, I'm going to get in a jeep of trouble if I can't finish this article. So I have to log off. Bye, lovies. See you later then, Gail. You're welcome here at any time. We'll miss you till you get back. See you soon. Primordial Meow said, so many of us women are responding so strongly to this horrible event and trial. Is that the time? Oops, where's it gone? Is that the time is right for women to address deep toxic cultural misogyny? We have had it. Do you know what? I think it's going to wake up the fact that this psychosis in postpartum is a fucking thing and something needs doing. That poor girl never got any help whatsoever. She even had to admit herself to hospital and then come out 5 days later and they let her. Supermom said, I didn't have postpartum, only depression, and I could never hurt my babies. This is hard because I don't understand how a mom hurts her babies, give them to someone. Well, she thought no one could look after their kids like she did. We heard that. She wanted to look after the kids herself. Everything she talked about was about the kids. She'd given her kids the best things to eat and everything. What was I going to say then? Oh yeah, there was the skills in this chat, Supermom, when we first started this trial, that all opened up, who've gone through this postpartum. One of them was Victoria. She hasn't come back. I hope she's okay. And it didn't trigger anything for her telling us. But you know, there's girls in here have feelings where they wanted to throw the kids out of the car window. For them girls to admit that, so it's real. You don't know what you're doing. Nobody wants to hurt the kids, not a soul. But if something takes over you, what can you do? I do believe it's an evil entity when they do that to children. I really do. Yeah, Prima. Sometimes something's got to happen now. Something's got to happen. I think that lawyer now is going to sort all that out because he's devastated for that girl. Absolutely devastated. Mary Jane Joe says, putting the baby in bed and letting them cry to sleep. Who's that? Who's that? Hello, Misty. We missed you. Supermum, you know, like baby sleeps in its own bed, you ignore the screaming. I smell rotten fish in this case. Yeah, tried tiring them out and then laid them down. I mean, I did used to leave Ryan crying for a second, only a second. I'd stand outside the door and that little cry would break my arse. I'd end up going back in. And I'd sit by the side of his cot, crib, whatever you call it. And I'd hold his hand and I'd always run my finger up and down his palm. And still to this day, he loves that. And he used to have an old vest and it was ribboned by the end of it. He wouldn't let me wash it or anything. And it had a little the seam on it, not the label, the seam. And he used to play with it in his fingers. And it used to give him, that's how he used to go off. So I'd give him the vest and he'd sit there playing with it like that and he'd just go off. And he grew up with his shirts on and he'd find that seam and you'd see him standing there playing with the seam. So cute. Oh, Dolores, thanks for coming in, love. Hope you're all right. And I'm just going to read your message now. I need to scroll up. I have to leave pretty soon. I've got to go to the doctor and get my drugs. Then I go to take a friend to court. I said I'd been in court for 15 days. Why? And then I got to go shopping foods. Well, listen, record it for us and we'll cover it here. Anyway, have a good day, Dolores, and thanks for coming in, love. And we'll see you tomorrow. If not later, we'll see you tomorrow. My husband used to say, he's not getting in bed, not getting in bed. I used to lie there with him till he'd go asleep and then put him in the cot. If that was me, he'd have slept with me always. There wouldn't have been a cot. Shauna said, it can come on quickly. Well, it must have come on quickly, mustn't it? Because he was saying she was okay in the house. She seemed absolutely fine. So like you say, it's like these thoughts come quickly, that she suddenly started thinking she wanted to harm the kids. So that must have come on here. Because maybe she was feeling anxious being on her own with the kids. Who knows? It's all confusing, the lot of it. No, I couldn't let the baby cry for hours. I couldn't even let him cry for 5 minutes. Breaks your heart. No chance. Them lying there. I've seen kids up against holding the cot, holding the bars on the cot, and they're crying that much, they're vomiting, and I'm going to the mum, oh, please go in. And they go, no, they'll stop in a minute. Oh, broke my heart. I'd say, no, I'm going in. And she'd go, you've just ruined everything I've done. And I'm like, I don't care. I can't see a baby in that state. Absolutely terrible. No, Nat, they're on a break. Oh, we're going to be here for hours. It'll be definitely 20 to 9 my time in the night. And it's 10 to 4 here. This will be going on. Here we go.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the first question, the record matter, Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy, all parties are present to proceed today.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, we have some kind of background noise. I don't know if there's anything.
Yeah, I can hear that crackling.
I know, I'm not sure. I'm probably the wrong person to ask in regards to that.
Yeah, who would only give themselves 12 minutes to do a murder? Come on. Oh, yeah, prima. I can't bear it, the thought of that.
Wait a minute, hold on.
I don't know, they've just said that.
Is anyone there?
Who's saying have a nice day? Is anyone there?
Hold on, Doc.
Oh, that woman on the screen.
I'm not sure this is going to work at this point. So why don't we see if we can get somebody.
Here we go. We're going to go off again.
You can see your legs.
We'll get it done.
You won't be missing anything, Supermom. Dolores, neither will you.
FDR or somebody. So why don't we take a further break? We'll figure this out.
I'll ask the crowd.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, no, they're going to go off.
Thanks.
Court, all rise.
Oh, here we go again. MJD, did you see the picture of the cat I did? Do you know what we're going to do tomorrow? We're going to count how many breaks these have. How many breaks up to now is this, do you know? Is this about 4? I'm sure it's about 4. Who was gone almost an hour, Jem? And his clothes changed. Yeah, I believe he had different shoes on or something. Why has none of these seen all this and done anything? Why are we wrong? Because if we were right, surely something would have been done about it. We're only hearing evidence like they are. Maybe they know the rest of the evidence, and that's why, and we don't yet. Who knows? Yeah, Misty, we're out more than we're in. Do you reckon this has been about 4 breaks now? Yeah, Patrick, yeah, I did hear that. And that he was seen on the on the camera that he changed his shoes. Was that right? Sharon, all right. Pilates for the day. Dolores said, why the change of clothes? Why the change of shoes? Why it never came up on this court? But yeah, it's in another channels. It did show you them. Oh, it did show you that. I'm sure it did. You see him standing in like a line, and then you see him coming in through the doors. Is that right, guys? You see him queuing up in a line, and then he comes in through them glass doors that go round, whatever. Did they time him when he was gone? Reacting to 12 minutes, yeah. Supposedly. It was 12 minutes, wasn't it, guys? Who gives themselves 12 minutes? Prima. Yeah, can you tell? I'm very scouse, aren't I? Where are you from, Prima? And thanks for coming in. Please hit the like, and even if you'd subscribe to our channel, we're only little. But we follow all the cases, all the big cases, and we do normal shows where we just talk about anything and everything. But I'm really glad you're coming in. Feel free to talk about your feelings. You won't get bashed in here. Everyone's got different thoughts, and you know what? It's good to debate, because sometimes when they don't agree with what you do and they put their case there, and then you think, hold on, I didn't know that. So feel free to do your shit in here, Prima. Oh, Scouse, grand. Where are you from, Prima? Is it Prima? Primo? Or Primo? Primo dial meow. What a name. Where did you even think that? Was you looking at the phone? So that's where you got dial from. Where's Prima from? Don't know. Or did the cat go meow? Melly Jo says, I think he had the same shoes on in both of the venue. No, what I seen, he had dark shoes on, and then when he was in the line, they were light, Mel. 100%. Go and look it up. First boots, then shoes. I didn't get onto that, Supermum. I'll have to look myself. But look it up, Mel. Look it up. I'm going to have a bite of my apple, guys. I need to bite of my apple. Turning the mic off. Oh, there's loads of cat women in here. Loads of cat women. Prima down meaning the first primer. And I'm a cat woman. Yeah. We've got MJD, she's a cat woman. The host lady's got a cat. She's called Wednesday. Called Wednesday, can you believe it? We've got I think Misty said she's got a cat. Is that right, Misty? You said you've got a cat. Come forward, all the cat women. I'm not eating the peel, Dolores. I've saved it for a bit. I'm going to have it in the big break. But you know what? I wasn't choking on it. It got stuck in my gullet. I could, you know the way you swallow and it goes down and you feel it in your chest still there. Oh, it was awful. Yeah, Misty's got a cat. We've got another cat woman. Cat woman or cougar. Yeah, I'd say you're a cougar. What's your name anyway, Prima? Mary Jane Doe. Mary Jane Doe, I don't know whether you answered. Did you see the pictures I did of the cat? The painted one's lovely. I've got another. I made the other one a bit more painted, which I thought was nice. I'm going to send it in the Discord. I hope you've seen them. Oh, from Arizona. Have you been watching the Nancy Guthrie trial? Where's she gone? Beautiful northern Arizona here. It's 7:30, having my second cup of coffee. Your page is very welcome and open to the events as things change. Well, we've changed all the way along, because when you're hearing different evidence, then, you know, that's it. Lisa's got 2 Maine Coon. She had. Rest in peace. I had my little Jessie, my dog, and my world is absolutely over without that dog. I lost it in April. It came out the blue. Totally took me off my feet. She was at my side 1 minute and dead the next. I'll never get over it. I still sob for her. Supermom said, my son eats kiwi with the skin and eats the greens of strawberries. I've always ate oranges and tangerines with the skin for as long as I can remember. And I like raw potatoes as well. When they're peeled, I don't like to peel with them. So when you're peeling potatoes, I sit and eat them. Something wrong with me. Prima said, I know this child is gaining traction when I'm seeing all this Brits and Irish girlies chiming in. Prima, what's your name if you don't mind asking? And have you been watching the Nancy Guthrie trial case? Oh, gotta watch it. Nancy is another story, isn't it, Dolores? Because we covered that. We covered that when it was going, and we give updates as and when. But when it all comes on again, we'll be covering that. We're covering a few trials coming up, retrials, which I don't agree with. Shauna says, I've got 2 cats and 2 dogs. My mum has 9 cats. Oh, I'd love a few, you know. I would really love a few, but I'll have to get over my Jessie. It wouldn't be fair. I'd be doing it on the rebound. Guys, I wish I could let me get a little picture up to show you. I love her with all my heart. I'll never get over losing this little girl. Let me see if I can get on and put a picture on. Bear with me. She was so cute. I'm still watching this child. Oh no. Hang on. I'm echoing. There's my little girl. Can you see her? I love her with all my heart. I can't get over that she's gone. Let me know, guys, if you can see Jessie on the screen. She used to sleep. I know it's because of this phone. She used to sleep with her, a little ball of wool that I'd make her, a little ball. And I'll show you the picture of her asleep. Cutest thing in the world. Look at her. That's the way she slept in bed every night. Heart's broken. She was laying at the side of me like that and stood up, and she was gone after she cried out a few times and I couldn't help her. And her back legs went. She became paralysed. They said it was a clot. Can you hear beeping? Oh, what was that beep? Thanks, Shauna. I was devastated. I couldn't speak. I couldn't talk about her. She was just so good. Oh, my little girl. You know what, Prima? She go back.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the letter Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy. All factors are present excluding the jury.
All right. So I think probably it makes more sense to address the whatever the technological issues were in the Zoom. Maybe that could be done during the lunch period, and then we can go forward. I know the defense next witness would be, is it Dr. Condi?
Donald Condi, Condie.
And I know that we had talked about a possible voir dire in regards to Dr. Condi. Do the parties see the need for the doctor testify that, or maybe we could just hear the offer of proof or what the expectations of the testimony is, and then we can.
What the objection is, so.
Yeah.
Well, so the objection is that we were provided with an affidavit. The original affidavit that was provided, counsel agreed that it referred to standard of care, which is not the issue in this case. It really reflects his opinions in a civil case. So we were provided another affidavit, which appears to factually have the same numbered paragraphs and just deletes the ultimate opinion section and adds that Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelato were aware that Lindsay was experiencing symptoms of suicidal ideation and a critically deteriorating condition while under their care and failed to take reasonable steps. So it's unclear from his affidavit what exactly he's going to testify to. Is he going to just reiterate everything that has been presented in the records, everything that we would expect defense counsel to offer through expert testimony in the criminal responsibility era about the medication regimens that the defendant was on over the course of several months? Because if that's the case, then I would suggest that this is cumulative testimony and that it doesn't need to be presented in this manner to the jury.
But let me ask this, similar to the question I asked earlier, to a similar objection regarding cumulative. The defense has put it. This is their first witness in regards to that. Wouldn't the cumulative analysis be done if there's a follow-up expert that would be addressing these areas?
Potentially, but that then becomes the defense's strategic choice about whether if they're going to call Dr. Condi for this piece of it and the other experts for another piece of it. It's unclear, especially where the reports we've been provided by Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Zeisel talk about polypharmacology as part of the basis of their opinions in this case. So it's difficult to assess that, and we're obviously flagging it and objecting at this point based on what we know the anticipated evidence to be. So I don't know if a proffer is necessary at this point to outline what exactly he expects Dr. Condi to say and how that differs from the opinions of the other experts.
It seems to me that the main objection may lay in regards to Dr. Spinelli then, whether or not, and it depends on what her testimony is and how that overlaps with whatever Dr. Condi's is at this point.
If I may, Judge.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we have not yet put on a doc yet. I don't have to accept their evidence. I don't have to accept their doctors. Our doctors, this is our first doctor who is a very qualified psychopharmacologist. I expect to elicit from him the treatment, very briefly, that she received and the medications that she was on and the effect of these medications as it relates to her condition when she was seeking medical help. That's it. I'm not going to get into criminal responsibility with him. I'm not going to get into lack of criminal responsibility with him. Basically, psychopharmacology and the treatment that she received. He's not going to, be criticizing what Gelada did, what Tufts did. He's just going to detail her condition according to the medical records and the medications that were provided. I am well aware and very experienced in trying jury cases and know when you lose the jury. I know when you lose. I'm not going to have Dr. Zeisel and I'm not going to have Meg Spinelli wax eloquently for hours and bore the jury to death. I'm going to get right to the chase. Dr. Spinelli is a well-qualified doctor on the issues of postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression and treating a pregnant woman and or postpartum perinatal client or patient. Dr. Zeisel is a general psychologist and will be discussing a number of issues, as you're well aware, because he's been involved with Lindsay for literally 3 years, 46 times he's seen her or something like that. So I'm going to focus their testimony on those fields. I don't think it's necessary for us to have Dr. Condi get up here on a voir dire so that they can hear what he's going to testify to. I'm not going to have him rambling or going off the script. He signed an affidavit, which is even, I think, better than a medical report, that you usually get. So they have plenty to cross-examine it from.
All right. And the intention is not to ask the question regarding standard of care.
That's correct.
All right.
It's all been deleted because they objected.
All right.
Yep.
All right. So over the Commonwealth's objection, I'm going to allow at this point Dr. Condi's testimony in line with the affidavit, basically in line with that affidavit, with the holding he's not to testify as to the standard of care opinion as he had the original statement.
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. All right. So with that, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Good. God bless you.
All right, please, you're entering.
Can we approach while they're coming in?
Sure. Yeah. Counsel.
Oh my God, another break. What's happening now? Thanks, John. I missed the Meadows. Thanks, love. I'm okay. It's because I was talking about every time I talk about it, I cry. But I do get me moments, where I can. Because at first I wasn't very good. Away
And
we go.
basically, the real problem is a technological issue. It was going to be a Zoom call. There's been some problems. We're going to try and work on that. So instead of going with that witness, we're going to go on to the next witness, and then we'll put the technological problems for later. All right. So with that, Attorney Reddington?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Dr. Kern?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give is the truth and the whole truth, and no harm between the Commonwealth and the state? Sorry, you may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, could you keep your voice up so all the jurors and counsel can hear you, and tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Donald Condie, C-O-N-D-I-E.
And tell us, what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a child, adolescent, and adult clinical and forensic psychiatrist.
And can you tell us your background as to where you went to school and when you got your medical degree and things of that nature?
I graduated from Tulane University, then spent some time in graduate school at the University of New Orleans, then went to medical school at Louisiana State University in New Orleans. And then I came to Boston to the Massachusetts Mental Health Center to train in psychiatry.
And where is that?
The Massachusetts Mental Health Center was at 74 Fenwood Road. That building has been demolished, and now they're at 75 Fenwood Road in Boston.
I was referring to more like, is that affiliated with any particular medical schools?
Yes.
What is it?
Harvard.
And what years were you working at the Mass Mental Health Center affiliated with Harvard?
I started there after medical school. I graduated in 1982 from medical school, was an intern in 1982 to 83. And that was a Harvard-affiliated internship, and then residency was 83 to 85 for adult training, 2 years, then 85 to 87, which is 2 years of training for child and adolescent. Then I did a forensic fellowship, also at the Mass Mental Health Center. And during that year, I spent some time at Harvard Law School as a visiting fellow.
And do you have, or did you have any board certifications that you can tell us about?
I'm board certified in adult and child and adolescent psychiatry.
Do you have a particular focus also on medications that are utilized in the course of psychiatry?
Yes, I've spent a great deal of my career treating people in the state system with psychotic disorders and mood disorders.
Tell us a little bit about that. Was there one particular period of time that you worked with literally more than 100 people that had serious psychotic disorders?
Well, the Massachusetts Mental Health Center was a state inpatient facility. So we had many people with either no insurance or mass health insurance. Probably at least half of the patients at any given time would have had psychosis or a major depressive disorder.
Have you, in the course of your career, following through on psychosis or major depressive disorder, had any focus or treatment on women that are either pregnant or have had little babies and they are looking for help in the postpartum period?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, starting in my residency, so in 1983, we had several patients at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center who were pregnant, and were also sometimes afflicted with psychosis. We also had people who had delivered a child, but were then hospitalized, sometimes with a psychotic depression or sometimes with simply suicidal ideation. And I've encountered that very frequently since then. I was for 14 years the chief medical officer of VinFen, which is a very large agency with contracts from the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Mental Retardation in Massachusetts and in Connecticut. We ran about 350 group homes, about 10 people per home, so maybe 3,500 patients. We frequently had people who were pregnant and were taking medications for psychosis. Sometimes after delivery, the severity of their psychosis would increase. So I'm fairly familiar with that phenomenon.
Doctor, how many years have you actually been practicing now as a physician?
I've been a licensed physician in Massachusetts since 1983.
So what's that? 83, 90, 2000, 2026? Okay, about 40 years.
A little more than 40 years.
Okay. From 1990 through 2012, were you affiliated with forensic child psychiatry with Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And were you also affiliated through 2013 with Mass General on forensic case consults in this field?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking, have you had occasion to make a number of presentations? We have to go through them, but did you make a number of presentations and working as a lecturer for various medical schools, law schools, things like that?
Yes. During the time that I was at Mass Mental Health Center, I was a fellow at Harvard Medical School.
What does that mean to be a fellow?
It means you're a resident in a training program and you're teaching Harvard medical students things about the specialty in which you happen to be practicing.
And what was the specialty that you were a fellow lecturing Harvard medical students about?
First, it was general psychiatry, then it was child and adolescent psychiatry, and then it was forensic psychiatry.
You also have had various scientific and medical publications that you have been authored on a number of occasions, articles, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer his CV if I could, just if as an exhibit, if that's accepted.
Come on. Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you. Now, doctor, if you can tell me, do you know, not necessarily personally, but do you know of Lindsay Clancy?
I know about the case in general, but I don't know anyone personally.
Now, you have never met her, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've never talked to her, right?
Never have.
You've never evaluated her for what's called criminal responsibility, is that correct?
That's correct. I have not.
I consulted with you for purposes of psychopharmacology and issues like that in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that we've had a number of conversations in the evening, off hours, about various medications administered to women that are pregnant or postpartum. Is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Can you tell the jury, in a summary, what documentation, medical records, police reports, things of that nature on this case that you've had a chance to review?
Well, I've reviewed the records of Rebecca Gelada, the nurse practitioner, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, the psychiatrist that saw Miss Clancy, I've reviewed the Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and the women and infants records. I've reviewed the McLean records. And I might be leaving something out.
You know about her background as far as her employment as a labor and delivery nurse, and her family, her 3 children, and her husband that she was married, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So if I could, Doctor, direct your attention to, let's say, the fall of 2022, end of September. Can you tell us what Lindsay's status was as far as maternity leave with work and any complaints that she had at that time regarding her mental state?
From my, excuse me. Could I get some water?
We've got some on the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, my allergies are kicking up. So from my review of the records, which would start with Dr. Tufts' records, my understanding is that Ms. Clancy was planning to go back to work as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General. She worked, I believe, the 12 midnight to 12 a.m. shift. And she began to experience, as she had to some extent after her first 2 deliveries, some postpartum anxiety, and consulted Dr. Tufts at that time.
Now, after she had her 3rd child, Callan, was she in, would you strike that? It's fair to say she was in treatment with Dr. Tufts as a treating physician?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at your affidavit, I believe in paragraph 9, did you determine from looking at the medical records as to the time frame that Lindsay treated with Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
And what was that?
She started in the middle of September 2022, and I'm sure that her last appointment was January 23rd, 2023.
Now, did you have a chance to review Dr. Tufts' medical records?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe them for us, please?
They are somewhat sparse, and there are many check boxes in the records, but not a great deal of sentences that describe what was done during sessions.
Were you aware that the sessions that Dr. Tufts conducted with Lindsay from September, the end of September, up through January 23rd were all televised on a computer?
Yes, they were all video.
Do you recall the medications that Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay?
I believe the first medication she started was Zoloft, 25 milligrams.
And what is that? Tell us what Zoloft is. What effect does it have on a person?
I'm sorry?
What effect does that have on a person?
Well, Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is a type of antidepressant that started being used around 1988, I believe. Prozac was the first one, Zoloft was the second. When it works to be helpful, it combats both anxiety and depressive symptoms that people might have. It also has, in some people, an effect of causing a feeling of jitteriness and increasing anxiety. So it's something that does have some potential side effects as well as beneficial effects.
And when she was prescribed the original 25 milligrams of Zoloft, did she in fact take that, or did she defer on taking that?
My recollection of the records is that she had it prescribed, picked it up, but did not take it for at least a couple of weeks because she did not wish to take medication. She was, I believe, still breastfeeding at that time. There are medications, and Zoloft would be one that would likely appear to some extent in the breast milk.
Okay, so because she was worried about that, she held off on that, but ultimately did take the prescription from Dr. Tufts. Is that right?
The records indicate that she did eventually start taking
Does it indicate,
25 milligrams.
Sorry. Does it indicate when she started taking them after that little hiatus?
To be exact, I'd have to look at the records, but I believe it was at the end of September.
And was that dosage increased at some point?
It increased from 25 milligrams to 15 milligrams.
And what happened when Lindsay took the 50 milligrams of Zoloft prescribed by Dr. Tufts?
The records indicate that she had a rather rapid series of difficulties, that she had insomnia for, I believe the records say 48 hours, couldn't sleep. It's something that would be called activation that these medications can cause in some people who are more susceptible.
Now, by mid-October, after she began taking the Zoloft, would you agree that the records indicate a week after starting the medication and increasing the dose, she reported in October to Dr. Tufts what you're relating is that she felt, how did she describe it to Dr. Tufts? If you could, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, she felt that she talked about being numb. She talked about not being herself. She talked about feeling worse, not better. Antidepressants usually take at least 2 to 3 and frequently 4 to 6 weeks to have useful effects, but sometimes side effects can happen very quickly.
Did she also indicate, looking at your affidavit, that she was crying all day, she was experiencing mental fog, terrified to start something new, anxiety had gotten much worse? Did she tell that to Dr. Tufts at that time at the end of October?
Yes, I do recall those things being in the record.
All right, and following through again on your affidavit, was there further explanation from Lindsay's recitation of symptomology to Dr. Tufts? Did she further state about racing thoughts, paranoia? What did she say? Looking at your report, look at your affidavit, if that helps you refresh your memory.
I actually don't have the affidavit with me at the moment. I do have some of the records, but...
well, let me just approach you then and hand you your affidavit, paragraph 13, see if that refreshes your memory.
Thank you. Yes.
What did she say to Dr. Tufts?
She reported, Dr. Tufts reported that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was generally deteriorating. That's a checkbox on one of the forms that her records.
What did Lindsay say her symptoms were at that point?
That she was having the racing thoughts, and that she was also feeling, as I said, not like herself. That her depression was worse than it had been. I believe that's also around the time that Dr. Tufts thought of trying a medication called Zulresso.
Zulresso.
Yes.
And what is that? Is that you need that by way of injection?
Yes, Zulresso is no longer marketed. It wasn't a particularly successful medication. It requires a 60-hour continuous IV infusion.
In a hospital setting or in a medical setting?
You have to be medically monitored. It doesn't necessarily need to be a hospital, but those are not necessarily things that can be done outside of a hospital.
So she didn't do the Zolresso, though, right?
She did not.
Right.
It also costs $34,000 just for the medication, not for the monitoring.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened with Dr. Tufts and Lindsay Clancy, sir?
Well, if I look at my affidavit, when she stopped taking the medication, the Zoloft, she now felt better as she had felt before she took the Zoloft, but she was less anxious.
What was the next medication?
She was put on Benadryl and had some difficulty sleeping, but also was worried that night because her son was coughing, and she worried a great deal about the children's health.
And that would be something that would also intrude on her sleep, worrying about her children?
Yes.
Okay. What other symptomology traveling through November into December did she relate to Dr. Tufts, according to your review of the medical records?
Well, she talked about things like dizziness, feeling sedated in the morning when she woke up, if she got any sleep at all. And I think she used the term brain fog at times. These are sometimes symptoms that people who are experiencing postpartum depression frequently complain about. She continued to complain about anxiety.
Well, it's not what they're complaining about, it's what they're living, right?
It is a very unpleasant experience, yes.
And continuing on through November, at some point did she leave or stop with Tufts and go to another healthcare provider by way of either emergency room initially and then another healthcare provider?
Yes.
Who was that?
She started treatment with Rebecca Gelada, a nurse practitioner at South Shore perinatal program.
Now, one of the things that was apparent that we, if you recall, I believe that she also had initially been referred there by a friend of the family. Is that right? To that perinatal clinic?
Yes, my understanding from the records is that Miss Clancy's mother-in-law was friendly with a nurse practitioner who practiced in the perinatal program, and I believe it actually started the perinatal program.
Yes, and ultimately, or in the beginning, she was treated by a Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember looking at the medical records and that on November 27th of 2022, the nurse practitioner Julie Paul reported that Lindsay stated that she was disassociated, that she was not in touch with reality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what is that a symptomology? Is that a symptom of psychosis, to be disassociated and not in touch with reality?
It certainly can be. Dissociation it can mean that people feel like things around them are not real.
Right, and that's pretty serious feeling to have, right?
It is.
And that's pretty common, unfortunately, with women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It certainly can be, yes.
And what are the other symptomologies of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis can have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. They could believe that, for example, they have been told by God to do something. Okay. They can also have hallucinations at times.
What kind of hallucinations?
Most people have auditory hallucinations, not visual hallucinations.
Hearing. Is that correct? Auditory is hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to what?
As opposed to visual hallucinations?
Visual. And in the course of reviewing the medical records, did you see that, in fact, that Lindsay had auditory, no visual hallucinations, but auditory voices.
At times, she reported that she had heard a voice, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that as the time went by that she, in December, do you remember seeing in the medical records that she was relating that she was heavy, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she couldn't bathe, that she couldn't react, she couldn't love, she couldn't feel? Do you remember any of that from looking at the medical records?
Yes, those are all phrases that I recall from the medical records.
They were all coming from her, right?
Yes.
To the doctors.
Yes.
That would be Dr. Tufts and then Dr. Gelada. Is that right?
Nurse Gelada.
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada. Do you recall, sir, that nurse practitioner Gelada prescribed additional medications to Lindsay during that period of time from November through December?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they were?
I'd have to look to be sure, but I believe she continued the Benadryl at times. And there was some talk about the use of Buspar, but I believe that was Dr. Tufts.
About the what? I'm sorry?
I said it. I'm sorry?
What was the word you just used?
Sorry. Buspar, which is the brand name for Buspirone, which is an anti-anxiety medication.
Right. How about Remeron? Was there ever a prescription for Remeron?
Remeron is a different kind of antidepressant, which helps people sleep a little bit and also sometimes helps their appetite. Yes, that was another.
The answer is yes, she was prescribed Remeron?
Yes, she was.
And that's an antidepressant?
It is.
Is that mocking or similar to, but not exactly the same as the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, Zoloft, Prozac, things of that nature, right?
It's similar in the sense that it has an antidepressant effect. It has some effect on serotonin. It has some effect on the adrenal adrenergic system as well.
What?
The adrenergic system. Adrenaline is a neurotransmitter. It's also a hormone that circulates if you are suddenly scared or something like that. You get a surge of adrenaline. So if you were in a near-miss car accident, you might find yourself shaking because adrenaline will flood into your system from the adrenal glands. But it's also a neurotransmitter, and mirtazapine has some effect on that.
You said mirtazapine. Is that the same as Remeron?
Yes,
okay.
Sorry.
So it's two different names, generic and not generic.
Mirtazapine is the generic name, and I was taught to use generic names, but okay. Yes, Remeron is.
Around this time, Lindsay has been prescribed the Prozac, she had been prescribed the Remeron, she had been prescribed the Benadryl, she had been prescribed other medications very similar to the SSRIs. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and does the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, that's fancy word. What does it mean? Isn't that serotonin in your brain? Doesn't it block or in some fashion affect your brain?
It's a little complicated to explain, but
Let's
serotonin.
Explain it. Tell the jury what serotonin means and what happens when you take an SSRI, please.
Okay, serotonin in this sense is a neurotransmitter. The brain is a relatively complicated place. It has about 86 billion nerve cells. They've got thousands of connections to each other, but they're not like the wires in your house where you put two pieces of wire together, twist the copper, and then put a nut on that. Nerves don't touch. They go close to each other, but there's a space between them, and that's called the synaptic cleft. One nerve secretes a neurotransmitter into the synaptic cleft, and it moves over to the next nerve in line where there's a receptor. Serotonin does that in the synaptic cleft, but it's also taken back up by the nerve that secreted it so it's reuptaked. So a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor slows down the reuptake of serotonin, prolonging its activity in the synaptic cleft, which causes the next nerve in line to be activated. I'm sorry that it's so complicated. So that's what serotonin is doing, and that's what a reuptake inhibitor does.
When a woman is pregnant or has just had a baby, can you tell me what effect, for example, hormones have when a person has a baby? I know we're two guys, but I mean, do you know what happens when a woman has a baby?
I've been at quite a few deliveries, yes.
Okay.
The fact is that many hormones increase. So progesterone is a hormone that many people have heard of. It's a component of birth control pills because it promotes gestation. So progesterone in a birth control pill fools the body into thinking it's pregnant, which means it doesn't, the woman doesn't produce eggs that could be fertilized. And that's the way the birth control pill works, or some of them do. Progesterone goes down very quickly after birth, as do many other hormones that are going up and then down after birth.
So if the hormones go up, and if there's an overload, if you will, might be the wrong word, of hormones, what effect does that have on the human body? What effect does that have on a woman who's just had a baby?
Well, it's quite complicated.
Just tell us basically what your feeling is. If they want to get into it, they can ask. But what effect does it have on a woman that has a baby?
Well, one of the other hormones that goes up is prolactin. So after the woman gives birth, prolactin promotes lactation, and it's a hormone that increases so that the mother can then breastfeed. These hormones are also seen in all mammals that feed their young through producing milk. So it's a very common mammalian thing to do. But other kinds of things can happen to...
Did you say males or mammals?
Mammals.
Okay, because mammals don't breastfeed, right?
I'm sure they don't, yes.
Okay, so as far as the hormone, again, I would ask, when a woman has a baby and the placenta, I think I pronounced that right, is through the birth, all of a sudden, what happens? It stops that massive influx of hormones, or it increases that influx of hormones?
Well, some hormones go up, like prolactin, and some hormones go down very quickly.
What effect does that have in your experience and your education and your research on women that have a baby? What effect does that have on them?
Well, many women experience postpartum blues.
What is postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of...
thing.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like a 50s thing. What's postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of low energy and being sad, not as serious or usually as long as postpartum depression.
What is postpartum depression? Is that the next level?
It's a more serious condition where the woman may feel that she can't connect to the baby, that she feels isolated, she has no energy, she may also have insomnia.
So, for example, if a woman is unable to sleep, feels as though she's losing a contact or connection with her infant, is stressing about not having that contact with her infant, feels that she's unable to emote or feel love or any emotions and can't relate to people, and also is out of reality, are those, or dissociative state, are those, in your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and or leading to postpartum psychosis?
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes, can that doctor give a blood test to the patient?
Certainly.
Is that important in your opinion, that a doctor give a patient, especially a woman who's coming to them for help with these symptoms, give them a blood test?
Yes.
And again, we all know what blood tests are, but just tell me, is that a simple test? Is it a complicated test?
It's fairly simple to have blood drawn, and there are many tests that are relevant, particularly after a woman has given birth.
Why?
Well, some women become anemic. Depends on how much blood loss might have occurred during birth, but there's usually some blood loss. So checking hemoglobin levels is important. The thyroid can be affected by delivery of the baby, and some women in the postpartum period develop inflammation of the thyroid. The thyroid is a very important gland that regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why many times when a competent psychiatrist is treating a patient that is postpartum after having a baby, that they might run, and I may be wrong saying it, but a thyroid test?
They would do most commonly two different kinds of thyroid tests. They would test for thyroid stimulating hormone, which goes up when the thyroid hormones that also can be tested for actually go down. So thyroid stimulating hormone is telling the body, make more thyroid hormone because it's not enough in the circulation.
Did Tufts ever use a blood test at all in her treatment?
No, she did not.
Did Tufts ever check the thyroid levels of Lindsay Clancy at all during her treatment?
No, she did not.
How about gelada? Did they test any of those things?
No, Nurse Gelada did not do blood testing either.
Now, you've made reference, sir, to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with the DSM, or what is referred to as DSM
5TR?
Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. 5, you said TR, that would be right there, meaning text revision?
Correct.
All right. And I'm approaching you with this and asking, you see that section there?
Yes.
And what is that section?
The bipolar and related disorder section?
What is bipolar disorder? What does that mean?
Bipolar is the newer name for what used to be called manic depressive illness. It describes an illness where people's moods go up, which is the manic phase, and then go down, which is the depressed phase. There are different categories of bipolar disorder. Bipolar 1 is the most serious. Bipolar 2 disorder also has similar fluctuations of mood, but in both cases of bipolar disorder, most people spend more time being depressed than they do being manic.
Now, just tell me, what does manic mean? What does that actually mean?
They feel usually euphoric, that they don't have...
They're up?
You're really up.
Okay.
You're extremely optimistic. You might spend a lot of money foolishly, but you wouldn't worry about that because certainly you're going to win the lottery. You can just feel it. So there can be psychotic thoughts along with bipolar mania, unreasonable expectations. Like I said, that you are destined to win the lottery, or in serious cases, you can believe that God is speaking to you and has appointed you to do some special thing in life.
How about excessive cleaning and, let's say, divesting oneself of personal property, cleaning garages, things of that nature?
There was talk in the records of an episode where Miss Clancy and her husband cleaned out the garage, but it was difficult to tell from the records whether or not that represented what we would call a hypomanic episode.
Exercise. Was there a lot of references to exercise?
There were a lot of references to exercise, and exercise can be a very useful thing.
Sure, that's one of the things that a woman postpartum may very well be prescribed to do by a doctor or a nurse practitioner like Gelada, right?
I believe that nurse practitioner Julie Paul recommended a long run at one point.
So there's nothing wrong with a woman going to, let's say, Kingsbury or whatever it is, or taking her kids to the local gym with a swimming pool and trying to get some exercise in the postpartum stage. That's something you would hold against her, right?
No.
Okay. Now, how about, are you aware that within a very short period of time after she had baby Callan, that she actually ran a road race?
Yes.
Is that indicative of a person that's kind of ramped up and doing these things you're talking about?
It's unusual to decide to run so soon after delivering a baby. I believe that she ran on the day that she might have delivered her last child, Callan.
That's correct. So during the month of December, in your review of the records, would you agree that her symptoms that she has related to the doctors that were there to help her, they basically increased, did they not?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
They
quite
increased.
Yes.
And are you aware that then she went somewhere voluntarily in December?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room on, I believe that was in December. She had gone to the South Shore Emergency Room previously.
And did you, in the records, see that, in fact, she had gone to Women and Infants program in Rhode Island for a day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that particular establishment? Is that supposedly helps pregnant women?
Yes, I reviewed those records as well.
And do you know why she was discharged after a day?
The records stated that they thought that she was having complications from medications more than she was suffering from postpartum issues, and therefore was not a good candidate for their program.
And this was after getting there at 8 in the morning and leaving there around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the records indicate, if you read them, that during that period of time, there were little group discussions and coloring sessions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know that there are suicide hotlines that people are told to call, right?
Yes.
Especially if a woman is in postpartum and is experiencing these difficulties and is describing the symptomology and on all these medications, that if you feel like you're going to kill yourself, you're supposed to call a telephone number, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the advice I would give, but that was some advice that was given, yes.
And did she call, to your knowledge from reviewing the records, the telephone?
She called the Aspire hotline, I believe, on 2 occasions.
And was she given any help by the Aspire hotline?
I believe the records say that she was told by Aspire that since she did not have a suicide plan, she did not require what's called a higher level of care, meaning an inpatient admission.
So she basically had been to Nurse Gelada. She had contacted Aspire on 2 occasions. She went to Rhode Island Hospital on a recommendation the day after she was recommended to go there, and left after not being accepted. After calling the suicide hotlines, things got to the point where she and her husband went to an emergency room. Is that right?
Yes.
And did they get treatment did she get treatment at the emergency room?
I believe the first time that she went to the Mass General Emergency Room, they recommended that she consider an admission at McLean. But she and her husband decided that they did not want her to go inpatient at that time.
How about the next time she went to the emergency room?
The next time she went to the emergency room, which was not very long after, she was admitted to McLean.
McLean Hospital. And that would be that would be the locked wards for a period of about 4 days, correct?
Yes.
In reference to the bipolar disorder that we touched upon, sir, is that something that's a consideration when you're treating, as a psychiatrist, a woman who's coming to you for help and expressing concerns about the symptoms that we've talked about?
Yes.
Why?
Well, some people with bipolar disorder, especially given the fact that depression is a prominent symptom in bipolar disorder, become suicidal and can even commit suicide. So that's a very serious possibility that has to be considered.
Did any of the nurse practitioners consider that as a possible diagnosis?
The records indicate that Ms. Clancy was frequently asked if she had a plan to kill herself, even after she reported having what was called passive suicidal ideation. But it was reported very, very frequently in the records.
And in reference to her treatment with nurse practitioner Gelada, Did, to your knowledge, nurse practitioner Gelada consider as a secondary diagnosis or a working diagnosis the possibility of bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Was anything followed through on that?
I believe she discussed the possibility of a mood stabilizer, but I believe that she then ended up using Seroquel or quetiapine, which is...
That's Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q, right?
I'm sorry?
Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q.
Quetiapine with a Q, yes.
Using the two words again. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Seroquel is the brand name. Quetiapine is the generic name.
All right. And did she, meaning Lindsay, to your knowledge in the medical records dealing with these providers, complain about the effect that Seroquel had on her?
Yes.
And what did she say? What were the symptoms, or what did she feel?
Well, she often felt spacey, as if she was not her normal self. She felt, it's fairly commonly reported that she felt hungover in the morning because these medicines, that particular medicine does make people somewhat sleepy. I believe the beginning doses were described as a sleeping dose, which is a very low dose of the medication that does, in fact, help sleep to some extent.
Was the Seroquel ultimately increased to 400 milligrams a day, 200 milligrams a day? Do you recall that?
Yes, it started at 25 and...
It was bumped up pretty significantly, wasn't it?
Yes, 400 is a lot more than 25.
And she was complaining about the effect of the Seroquel, is that correct?
She was.
And she was complaining about the fact that she couldn't sleep. All those symptoms that we went through continued on through the month of December. After McLean, she went there for the New Year's period. I know, I'm almost there. She went to the McLean for treatment and still complained of these symptoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the symptoms ever resolve themselves for Lindsay in January, if you know?
There were times when she appeared to be a little less distressed, but the symptoms were never completely resolved, no.
And did you know that she went to see Dr. Jennifer Tufts in January 9th and that she was prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
And then on the 12th, she was prescribed trazodone, 150 milligrams by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
January 16th, 2 milligrams of diazepam by Dr. Tufts. January 16th, the same day, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older types of antidepressants. It's what's called a tricyclic antidepressant. It has more side effects, but one of the useful side effects in some cases is that it makes people sleepy.
Did it help her sleep?
Not really.
Now, in reference to the DSM, out of that revision, and you agree with me that they have DSM-1, DSM-2, revised, rebooted, reconsidered, DSM-3, all the way up to DSM-5 text revision, right?
Correct.
And consisting of over 1,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Is this like considered, some people say, the Bible of psychiatry, or is it like a cookbook?
I would call it a dictionary. It's a list of definitions.
If I looked under P in this dictionary, would it contain anything about postpartum psychosis for a woman?
There is one mention on page 148.
That's it.
That's it.
The rest of the world, they don't care about the DSM. They have some other information, right? What is that called?
The World Health Organization publishes something called the International Classification of Disease, which is now in its 11th edition. It lists postpartum psychosis as a separate entity. And that's the one that insurance companies use for billing purposes.
Right, not this.
Correct.
You familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Objection.
All right, just allow that question, then we'll.
Yes. And how does that differ from the United States of America?
Objection.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
All right. Come on.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You spent some time when you first got to the stand going over your qualifications, and I think counsel now has admitted your curriculum vitae into evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Your curriculum vitae.
Yes.
Is you went through that with counsel. You recall that?
Yes.
And fair to say, the majority of the entries and your experience and your presentations and your teaching and fellowships, most of which revolve around child and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
I wouldn't say the majority.
Well, where in your CV does it say that you worked with postpartum women?
It doesn't say that specifically.
Okay, so your testimony is that back in 1983 when you were at the Massachusetts, mental health center, you worked with the postpartum women, is that correct?
There were patients who either were pregnant while they were there or delivered and were hospitalized after that, yes.
Okay. And your involvement in this case with defense counsel, wasn't directly that he reached out to you, was it? It was that you had provided some information as it pertains to a civil lawsuit that's pending.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this affidavit that counsel's been referring to that you drafted, you've revised it for these proceedings, but fair to say you went through a series of records that didn't include anything related to this criminal case, meaning no police reports, interviews, photos from the scene. Is that fair to say?
No police reports, no photos from the scene.
So the majority of what you reviewed pertained to medical records, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you cite in your affidavit a New Yorker article for facts.
Yes.
That's where you got most of your facts, is from a New Yorker article?
No, I also spoke to Mr. Clancy.
You spoke to Mr. Clancy?
Yes.
Is that in your affidavit? Well, you have it before you. Can you point to a paragraph where you indicate that you got a report directly from Mr. Clancy?
I don't know if it's in the affidavit.
Okay.
But I did interview Mr. Clancy for 90 to 100 minutes.
Now, in relation to kind of going through the medical treatment, you indicate that the defendant reported that she was hesitant about taking medications. Do you recall that in paragraph 11?
Yes.
But you're aware that she sought out a psychiatrist, not a therapist, not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. She sought out a psychiatrist as her first contact in the postpartum period, correct?
Correct.
And psychiatrists presumably prescribe medications and don't necessarily offer psychotherapy, do they?
Well, all psychiatrists are trained to do psychotherapy to some extent at least. But yes, they can also prescribe medication.
And through the records, you learned that the defendant did have reactions to low dose of Zoloft. And your testimony is that a blood test would have helped. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
So a blood test that's about 4 or 5 months postpartum, how is that going to help prescribers?
Well, the blood test I was thinking of was you could do a level of the antidepressant in her blood, and that would tell you whether it was average, expected given the dose, or too high or too low.
And that would yield results if a person's only been taking medication for less than a week?
Yes.
But you indicate that over a period of 4 to 6 weeks is when you would expect to see a medication start to take effect, correct?
It sometimes takes that long, yes.
Now, you also spoke a little bit about Zulresso. You're aware from reviewing the records of Jennifer Tufts that she researched Zulresso and spoke about Zulresso, but never made a recommendation to the defendant that she do that injection.
Yes.
You also describe that by November 21st, that the defendant was experiencing suggesting symptoms of mania, like racing thoughts. But in fact, the criteria is not just racing thoughts, it's racing thoughts, pressured speech, correct?
There are a number of criteria that are listed, but racing thoughts is one of them, yes.
Okay. And you also list, or you identify in your affidavit, extreme insomnia, but for mania, it's not just insomnia, it's that there's insomnia with a decreased need for sleep, correct?
It can be decreased feeling that you need to sleep even if you didn't sleep for several days, but it's also true that some people feel very tired. It's not just one or the other.
You're aware that the defendant denied a decreased need for sleep around that time period in November from the records, aren't you?
In that period, yes.
Okay. You also indicated that in reviewing records pertaining to, I think you noted Jennifer Tufts, that her notes were a series of the record was a series of check boxes, right? That was your testimony?
There are a few sentences, but there are mostly check boxes, yes.
And fair to say, the way in which those notes are created, there are several areas in which notes are placed at different points in those records.
There are notes at certain places, yes.
And those notes are reflective of statements that the defendant was making about her mood and how she was feeling and symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Those are all important things for a treating psychiatrist to consider when they're considering a patient's overall presentation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Now, you also referenced in your affidavit that the defendant had reported that she had these increased symptoms with Zoloft and didn't sleep for 48 hours after increasing the dose. Remember that in the record?
Yes, from 25 to 50.
And you didn't review any police reports to identify that there were only 7 pills missing from that bottle of sertraline, did you?
I did not review a police report, no.
So if a person takes 7 pills over 1 week period at 25 milligrams, how do they increase the dose without more pills missing from the bottle?
Well, I believe if you took 3 or 4 pills for a few days of 25, then you still would have enough pills to take 2 25s and increase the dose to 50.
Right, but if a prescription reads that if 30 are filled and only 7 are missing from the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct?
Not necessarily. I believe that she stopped taking the medication rather quickly, and I'm not sure which pill bottle you're discussing because, as you said, I didn't review a police report.
Okay. Now, you're aware that on December 15th, that the defendant and her husband reported that she was having persistent intrusive thoughts that day, correct?
Yes.
And that's the day she first presented to Mass General Hospital.
Yes.
And you're aware that Mass General Hospital is directly affiliated with McLean Hospital, right?
They are affiliated, yes.
And that she was advised to go to the inpatient program, and she chose not to go.
Yes.
From reviewing the records, did you see how Letitia Dukes, a social worker, or a mental health worker, from the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, had previously had discussions with the defendant about going to women and infants before her presentation to the Mass General ER on December 15th?
Yes.
And she didn't, in fact, go to that program until December 20th. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned in your review of the medications, lamotrigine. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was a medication that was prescribed to the defendant in December of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that she never took lamotrigine?
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Now, you also were asked, or you spoke about Seroquel. So you're familiar with the prescriptions or what was prescribed of the Seroquel over the period of time from November 30th through early December, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed that. And so I think you testified on direct examination that the initial dose was a low dose, 25 milligrams.
Correct.
And you're familiar, that is a fairly common dosage, a low dose to prescribe to address some sleep issues.
It is, yes.
And you're aware that for people who are suspected or have bipolar disorder, that the levels of prescribed are generally much higher than 25 milligrams, right?
Yes, they would be.
They could range anywhere from 100 milligrams to up to, what is the range, if you know?
It would go up to 800 milligrams.
And so in this circumstance, you're aware that Rebecca Gelada had suspicions about bipolar disorder, right?
She mentions it as a distinct possibility, yes.
And without relief, she recommends titrating or going up on the Seroquel over a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you settled on a number of 400, but you know from the records that that was the goal, to titrate up to 400 milligrams. Do you know if the defendant ever took 400 milligrams?
I do not.
And you're also aware that once the defendant started reporting having symptoms and concerns about the Seroquel, that she had requested to taper off the Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that prior to her presentation at McLean Hospital, that Rebecca Gelada actually did send in a prescription that would allow for her to taper down.
Yes.
And when the defendant was admitted to McLean Hospital on January 1st, she was already on a taper plan, meaning she had gone back down to approximately 100 milligrams per night.
I believe she was, yes.
And that at McLean, they further immediately started to reduce the dosage with each night.
I believe that was the plan at McLean, yes.
So the first night she was there, she went down to 75 milligrams, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then by the time she was discharged, she was at 0.
Yes, and they were talking about the amitriptyline.
Well, did she leave McLean Hospital with a prescription for amitriptyline?
I don't know if she left with a prescription, but it was discussed in the records that they recommended that.
And as of January 12th of 2023, you're aware that the only active prescriptions for the defendant were for amitriptyline, right?
Yes.
And Valium as needed and trazodone.
That sounds correct, yes.
So throughout the course of your review of the records and all of the different medications that she was on from October through January, she wasn't on all the medications at the same time, correct?
No, not at the same time.
And it's fair to say she was only on maybe 3 medications at one time.
3, there might have been 4 at one point, but yes.
And she had expressed particular medications that she wished to return to, like Ativan at some point, correct?
She was quite ambivalent about Ativan and talked a great deal in the records about being worried that she was addicted to it.
But Ativan tended to work for her, correct?
It made her feel less anxious. Yes.
And she actually described that at certain points to the providers that when she felt intrusive thoughts or she had a bad experience, that she took the Ativan and the thoughts were gone. Didn't she not?
I'm not sure that she said the intrusive thoughts were gone, but she would feel less anxious when she took it.
And as far as your conversations about hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you indicated that at some point, or at points, I think was your testimony, that the defendant did hear a voice. But you're aware that she never reported to Jennifer Tufts that she heard a voice.
She did not.
She never reported to Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, did she?
She did not.
She never reported to Letitia Dukes that she heard a voice.
She did not.
And the only time she's ever said that she heard this voice was on January 24th of 2023. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So when the district attorney asks you whether or not Lindsay, after all the symptoms that we've already gone through, told Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, told Dr. Tufts that she heard a voice, and denied that she heard a voice, would you agree that there are reasons that a woman would not tell the doctor or minimize their symptoms out of fear?
Yes.
What kind of fear? Fear of what?
Well, in the records, it's stated that Ms. Clancy reported she was worried that her children would be taken away from her, perhaps by the Department of Children and Families, if she reported very severe symptoms. The other thing is, as a health care professional, boards of registration sometimes take a dim view of people who have been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses. And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person may be concerned about telling healthcare providers, mandated reporters, that they're hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you don't have to see the proverbial unicorn in the corner to your health provider to be suffering from psychosis?
Yes, that's true.
And can you tell us, counsel was asking about the symptomology, psychosis, is that something that just grinds on for day after week after month, or is that something that comes on out of nowhere very quickly?
No, overall.
It can be quite episodic.
What does that mean?
It means that an episode can start and stop, and then an interval of time goes by. It could be days, weeks, or months, and then another episode occurs.
Counsel asked you about bipolar disorder, the suspicions of bipolar disorder from Dr. Gelada, and then talked about the prescriptions that were prescribed. Is it, in your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
No, overall.
It would be considered something to be done cautiously and usually with a mood stabilizer begun at the same time to prevent the possibility of making manic symptoms worse.
Thank you, sir.
Buckingham.
So just briefly, you didn't interview the defendant, did you?
I did not.
You don't know what she was concerned about. You're speculating.
Yes.
And for a person who's begging for help, wouldn't it be important to be honest with the providers about what you're feeling, seeing, and hearing?
It should be, but that's not always what doctors find.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further?
Okay, good.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Let me sit down. Thank you. Could I see a sidebar against scheduling?
Ooh, oh, we're on another break. How many breaks is this now today? Is anyone being counting? We're definitely going to count tomorrow. I've never known a court case to have so many, so many breaks in my life. Anyway, we've got Lenny back. Lenny.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Oh, she sounded excited when she said, yeah, we can hear you. No, anyways, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. I am so screwed up with this medicine now, y'all. I mean, we all knew. I mean, the prosecution brought it forward exactly all the medications. We've seen it all, but I don't know. It's just presented different from
So
Kevin.
members of the jury,
The
what we're
back
going
leg.
to do is we're going to
Yeah.
break at this point till 2 o'clock.
Here we go.
All right? And much of the next longer break will be trying to resolve the technology issue that we had. And so if it's resolved, we may call one witness. If it's not, we'll call another witness. So we're going to try and get that all done during the break. So with my skills and technology, that's why we probably need a little bit longer than just the hour. So we'll in recess till 2 o'clock. We'll come back in for the next witness. Okay.
It won't be
Thank
two.
you.
All
It
right,
won't be
please,
two.
Your Excellency.
Telling you now.
I agree with that, Maggie. I think basically he's telling them, y'all go ahead and go take you a nap.
Yeah.
Go chill
Sound
because
like-
this,
you do
we're
it all
probably
the
just
time.
going to close trial down. Yeah. At least he's given us a heads up.
About 3. He's done it yesterday, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So we was all sitting there, and then the next thing he says, we'll leave it till tomorrow. I think it's terrible.
Does it not look like Lindsay's falling asleep right there? Look at her eyes, you guys. Oh, she's got to be
Lindsay must be
exhausted.
in a psychotic state, just sitting there listening to that.
Yeah,
over
I feel like.
All right, so Council, anything
I
we
mean,
need to
at least
discuss,
we can turn it off
before the
and
break?
chat.
All right, so we'll come back at 2. We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock, and we have one of 2 different witnesses depending on how things work out over the break.
Yep, we can
Okay.
go all day, no
All
problem.
right, thank you.
Oh my God.
You should get your
Did she-
cuppa, guys, or have a ciggy.
Hold on. Did she loan the bow out and I didn't know?
Did she?
Loan her bow to her co-counsel.
Oh, girl, the bow. Gonna call her Bow Wow. Honest to God.
But the other lady's wearing a bow now.
Who is she? I never even noticed.
Am I right about that? I mean, unless they switch spots, the other chick is now wearing the bow. Did they trade the bow? I don't know. Anyways, it's the medication thing sounds way different coming from this doctor than I've heard. I mean, I feel like it's affected me more. You know what I mean? Like it's penetrating my head. And then I don't remember, somebody in chat actually listed. See, I forget that quick. But somebody in chat, whoever you were, thank you for doing that, listed all the medications. And I was sitting there just looking at them, overwhelmed at these medications.
No.
Wait, Bo is Sharon is just kinky. I agree, but did y'all notice that? I mean, I don't know. Maybe they switch sides because usually have a co-counsel that'll handle,
So
the
the 2 women have bows.
Let me back it up to where they're
Go
just
and have
standing.
a look. Oh, I ain't gonna have me, isn't
got
it?
it.
I'm gonna have a look.
You've got it. So, but I know usually like the prosecutor will present one side of it and then the other, their co-counsel. Yeah, right. No, go back, honey. Go back. I mean, go to where they're closing it more. You've gone too far. Just where we're watching Lindsay fall asleep at the table.
All right.
You can stop there. You can see it. You can stop it right there. Right there. Nope. Go back just a little bit.
To go back a bit. Hang on. Oh, God, this stupid.
All right, just stop.
She looks out of her mind.
Out of her mind.
See the way she blinks half?
Mm-hmm.
She's stoned off her head. She's going to sleep, I think. And it said before she landed on her head, Lee.
Did it?
Yeah, it said before she landed on her head.
All right, so
I went,
Council,
oh
anything
my
we
God,
need
she
to
landed on her head.
discuss before the break?
Now
All right,
watch
so
the bow,
we'll
guy.
come back we'll be in recess till 2:00.
See, she
and we
doesn't have the bow.
one of two different
She's using
answers
bow
depending
chick.
on how
Bam!
things work out over the break.
She's got
Okay.
one.
No
All
problem.
right, thank
A
you.
bow.
Thank you.
They're sharing bows.
Where I can't see a bow on that other one.
That's because you're probably looking at a little screen, but the other one who's looks like it's a hair, her hair's in a
No.
ponytail. For the love of God, there's a black bow.
Oh,
Anyways, I
fucking
can't
hell,
believe we
let me
talk
have a look
about.
to go
It's
back.
amazing what we all pick up on when we're watching a trial that just either doesn't make sense or we're just over. You know.
So, Council, anything we need to discuss
carry on, I'll
before the
look.
break? All right, so
All right, so the first lady right there that you see,
Yeah.
that's the prosecutor.
But where's the bow?
She's not
To
wearing
her?
one.
Oh, I thought she said. I
No,
thought you
she
said she
loaned it.
was.
She loaned it to her co-counsel sitting next to her. See the black bow in her hair?
Yeah, I see here with one.
Okay, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. I kind
Tweedledum.
of feel like
Yeah.
I feel like that's the way me and Maggie are sometimes. No kidding.
Yeah.
But so wait a second. Let me make sure. Sharon said that's her meds. Wow. Okay, then I'm confused. But anyways, I feel like the whole med discussion that is being brought up and testified to by the doctor on the stand right now is making more sense to me than whenever the prosecution had doctors up on the stand and the way that they were trying to make us understand the medication too. Maggie, I always try to play, but it's a bow. See, Lisa gets it. Lisa gets it. It's a freaking bow, for the love of God.
Just going Ryan speaking to me won't be a minute, girl.
Okay, so, but I always try to play devil's advocate, you guys, because here's what I'm thinking. So they talk about all these different meds, and I think there's enough of us, if not all of us in here, that at some point in our life, whether it's now or early in our lives, we've all taken at least one of these meds that's being mentioned, right? And I think we all know that no matter what med a doctor puts you on, you're not going to see any real results for let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. At least 2 weeks. At least 2 weeks. During the first 2 weeks, you're going to feel nothing but the side effects. Some people feel them more than others, but that's what you feel. But we're all screaming whenever the prosecution had all of its witnesses up. You guys didn't give it enough time. Nobody explained that to her, that, wait a second, this isn't a magic pill. You're not waking up in the morning and feeling like Lindsay again. It takes a while for that to work. And in the meantime, your body's going to get used to your symptoms. You're going to start feeling better slowly. The symptoms will wear off. The meds are going to kick in and start changing your brain, the way your brain is reacting to your anxiety, psychosis, whatever's going on with you. I think we were all agreeing upon that. Here's where I really enjoyed where this witness, how he's explaining it. But then I got a quick question in my head. Of course, it's prosecution that seems to screw me up a lot. Prosecution got up and started talking about 7 and 8 pills. And I was watching chat, and somebody in chat said I could swear in the beginning she was claiming there were 8 pills missing out of the bottle, and now she's saying 7 pills. Okay, if we look at the grand scheme of things, I guess that doesn't make difference, 7 or 8 pills. The truth is she didn't take the whole bottle. But my question is this. I started thinking about all of it when he was up there, overthinking it, of course, because that's what I do. I started thinking, how can they prove she's actually the one who took the pills in the beginning, right? If you're to believe that Patrick has something to do with this, I mean, you have to consider all sides right now, right? We don't know. And let's just face it, we're all side-eyeing old Patty Pat over there, right? We're just side-eyeing him going, we got your number, buddy. or side-eyeing the doctors. We know they screwed up. They screwed up. The biggest screw up is the lack of communication, I think. Second screw up is that nobody was controlling what meds she was taking. Listen, if she's so psychotic that she's not functioning even to 25% capacity, right? Why isn't there another adult in the house actually walking over and handing her a pill, writing down exactly what you gave them? You know what I mean? And at what time? I mean, even when I was taking care of my father-in-law who was sick, and I had to be the one to give him his medication. I was writing down because I was going to forget, you guys. So I'm writing down on a tablet there next to the bedside, what I gave, what time, so I could remind myself what I gave last and what I'm supposed to give now. Do you know what I mean? So if you want us to believe she was so psychotic, and I know this goes against what both sides are saying, I guess, then why isn't there an adult that's standing there going, honey, I'll help you with this part. Let me just do this part for you. You know what I mean? Let me just make sure you're taking the proper dosage. And then I will be able to answer to the doctor, no. Here's the list. This is how it was taken. But supposedly you're given all this medication. You're not even giving it a full 2 weeks. You're switching it out freaking every other day, it seems like. Up, down, in, out, throwing another one in. And then not only that, none of these doctors are being asked exactly when did you start that medication and tell her to stop that medication. So you could look at this and go, oh, out of all of those 30 some medication on the list that we've seen, was she taking them all at the same time, which sounds absolutely ridiculous to us, right? But nobody's asking the questions. Like, we need this written down so we can go over, that at this point this medication was stopped. She never even took this medication, so let's just take that off the list. Even though it was prescribed, homegirl didn't take it at all. Oh, there's 7 pills missing out of this bottle right here. Not enough for a therapeutic level or a psychotic level or any level, so we might as well just go ahead and drop that too. The only reason to add those to a list is because they were prescribed and she was supposed to take them, which leads us back to the doctors. So no matter if she took her whole prescription, or if she only took 7 or 8 pills, or if she decided not to take any for a month until she got the courage to take it, regardless how you look at that, that's not her fault. The doctors were throwing them, add this, take away that, add this, to someone who they claim is just completely lost and needed all those medicines. So again, the doctors need to stand up. They, no matter how, like I said, she took them, whether she misused them or didn't misuse them or didn't take them at all, the doctors still threw them and prescribed them. What says you guys? Charlotte, let me go back up here. Lisa says, it's medicinal. And I'm glad this live chat will go up in smoke after today, because you know why. Yeah, Big Pharma would really hate us at this point, right? Charlotte says, what irks me the most is how apparently clueless her husband was to her condition and treatment. He should have been there more for her. And Charlotte, I happen to agree with you. Lisa is on a BRB. You guys, Supermom might still be driving, but she's giving us that 100%. So she's agreeing. They need street smart people. Sometimes you got to pull in the street smart people. For real. Big John says some meds fight each other as well. Correct. Sharon says, don't think she was told to stop. Sharon also says she self-medicated because she didn't fill out all the scripts. MJ says, along with everyone having different reactions to medication, there's that as well. Supermom says, was she honest with each doctor as to why she was what she was taking? If not, she was self-medicating and self-diagnosing. Supermom is at work, you guys, today, so she's in and out, bless her heart. Shauna says, I don't understand why they are worried about 7 or 8 pills not being in a bottle. I think that's the prosecution, if you ask me, because like I said, if it's just us looking at this, like we could just throw that off. 7 or 8 pills are missing. It's obviously not in her system as a therapeutic level or a high dosage that's going to mess with anything else, right? It's only 7 or 8 pills missing. But what it does, why the prosecution is bringing that up is Lindsay wasn't taking the pills as prescribed. Obviously, that would have helped her get better. But what she's not asking is, why did a doctor add on another set of pills? You know what I mean? She's just bypassing that part. She's missing the whole part that regardless if Lindsay took 30 of those pills or 2 of those pills, a doctor prescribed those pills. And where in the line of all these pills was there negligence? There was negligence somewhere, and they're responsible for the negligence of managing the amount of medications they were prescribing to her. End of. Blair says, but how do any of these testimonies prove she was in psychosis? Sometimes I feel like this is simply a prequel to the civil suit. I agree with you. I think something else is. Well, we know there's 2 other lawsuits out there, right? So, I mean, what are we doing here? There's no way to prove. There's no way to prove that Patrick didn't do it. There's no way to prove that Lindsay actually did. Right now, where I'm sitting on this is there's no proof. The only proof we have of anything in this trial is that Patrick was at a restaurant at this time, right here. It's on a video. And there's proof that that Patrick was at the CVS at this time because it's on a video. And then there's proof that Patrick and Lindsay actually discussed some things together because we have the phone records and the text messages. Other than that, there's nothing that's been proven. And that's when I go back to exactly what Beefcake told me when I was questioning him about this. And he said, they have not met their burden of proof. You have to. If you've got this many questions in your head and you're giving everybody a chance to answer them, and the questions are not being answered, and you're just hanging out hopeful that somebody's going to explain it, he said, you have to say not guilty. I said, why can't I say, why can I just not hang out for a hung jury? He said, because you're not being true and faithful. He said, this is your testimony. This is your vote. This is your word that you watched the whole thing. You took in everything. You left your heart, your mind, all of your senses out of it. You're only looking at what is presented. He said, you cannot tell me that you cannot make a decision. He said, but it's people like you that hang the jury. And he wasn't being mean to me. He was being honest with me. He said, it's people like you that cannot keep your heart out of it and your head out of it and only look at and then answer those questions for yourself because they've already been presented in court. He said that right there is not a hung jury. She is not guilty of what they're charging her with because there is reasonable doubt. You're not asking her what color shoes she was wearing, and they're fighting over shoes that have nothing at all to do with killing your kids. He said, you have reasonable doubt about how much medication she was taking. When was this medication stopped? What date this medication was started? Do we even know that the medication that's missing actually went down her throat or into a toilet? Do we even know that she, you know what I mean? Like, that is a reasonable doubt because that has everything to do with the crime. And if you have got some kind of doubt to exactly what went on with the crime, that right there is called reasonable doubt. And it all made sense to me. I was like, thank you. Thank you
Yeah,
so
I
much.
agree.
What says you, Maggie? I didn't know you were back.
No, I was just listening to you. I agree. I agree.
Doesn't that make sense? Sometimes you just
Yeah,
got to pull an outsider,
yeah,
someone that doesn't, has nothing to gain or lose or isn't invested in any ways. You just
yeah,
pull and you give them the facts and say, what says you?
yeah,
And I mean,
yeah.
he wasn't trying to hurt my feelings, but he was right. Because I was
Mm-hmm.
the one that kept saying, fuck this, I'm walking out. I wouldn't vote either way. Hung jury, hang it. But
Yeah.
that's not true. I have reasonable doubt. Who said any of those pills went down her throat? Did
I
Patrick?
said that at first because sometimes they were saying she didn't start them till a later date, and she never. We don't know if she started them or she took them. That's what it was saying. A parts of it. So I'm like, did she take? That's why I was saying, what does it say was in her bloodstream when she, when
Mm-hmm.
she jumped? What was in her
Yeah.
bloodstream?
And I
Did
was,
she,
go
or could
ahead.
that have been she'd only took them all on that day
Right.
because she was trying to end her life? So obviously, if they're in a bloodstream, that doesn't mean they've been in it all a while. But
Right. And that's what
go on.
makes sense now when I look back over the people who did the nanograms of how many nanograms were in her system, and how you couldn't discount this pill and that pill because
Yeah,
this one pill right here will break down
and
into
break,
being those
yeah,
pills. So now
interact.
some
Yeah,
of the medication makes sense, but you cannot prove that anything was put down her throat other than what they found in the blood work that day. And I've
yeah.
been screaming since the beginning, and I was jumping up and down in the
Because they've
kitchen.
never done a blood test on it, have they? We've never had
No,
a blood test
not
being
until
done on
she
her right through
right,
until after she jumped.
right, and that's why I was jumping up and down making my coffee in the kitchen when Kevin
Well, you just reminded me.
Reddington was started talking about the thyroid, because I went off on a tangent in the beginning of this. There was no metabolic testing done before they started
Yeah.
throwing pills at her, and the only reason I knew that, even though I was so passionate about that, is because that happened to me until one doctor
Think
paid
they do
attention to what I
a
was
full blood
saying.
count, wouldn't you? I mean, I've been to my doctors and they do a full blood count. I can't
Yes,
believe it. To check how we're going on all the, I'd say, hang on a minute, you've had a few meds, so let us do a full blood count on you just to check there's nothing, lacking or needs attention. Or, I mean, it's the first thing a doctor should do.
I agree. I
It's
totally
absolutely.
agree.
Has anyone said that in this court today? Have I missed it about
They
blood test?
the defense did ask the doctor who was on the stand, was could the psychiatrist and the nurse practitioner order blood work, and he said, well, of course they can. Did they? No, they didn't.
See what I mean? See what I mean? That's it. Surely that's negligence. There's so much negligence. It's unbelievable that a doctor, can go and give meds and know of all the meds and still not checking that there's something, like you say, could it be underactive thyroid gland that made it go like that? You just don't know. What do they know now? I mean, she looks off her head now. She looks as high as a case.
Let's jump back in the chat and see what they're saying about all of that. I did see something that I pinned. Blair said, because humans cannot take their heart out of decisions. I have to agree with that. I would,
Yeah.
until Beefcake put it to me like that. And even still, I guess if I was sitting in that jury, it's very hard for me to take my heart out of decisions and my
It
logical
is.
brain. But I guess that's what you're supposed to do. But even if I left my heart in this and my logical brain, and then added in what I'm not hearing and hearing in this trial, I would have to say not guilty, because they have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Sharon says, I've got reasonable doubt. Supermom says, I continue to swing back and forth. Bless you, Supermom. We love you, honey. I hope you're having a good day at work. Blair says, unless the human jury is full of psychopaths, don't you think when you're on any kind of especially a murder trial, that you should have to have some kind of I mean, I've never been on one. I know you have to write. Don't they give you a questionnaire to answer? Maybe there is something on there. Whoever's been on a jury could tell us. On the questionnaire, does it ask you about like the medications and stuff that you're on, or if you've been ever
I can't
treated?
remember ever having a questionnaire like.
Really?
I do
Well,
remember having one.
it might be different in the States, so let's find out, because I
Yeah.
don't know. I think they should at least have to list what medications, because if I tell you I'm taking Xanax and I've got a prescription for it and I show it to you, then obviously I deal with anxiety. I don't
Yeah.
even have to put that out there. They are gonna know. Gemma says, I'm with you both, Sharon and SM, more doubts than certainty. Blair says, yeah. Blair says, it's a toughie. I agree. I was struggling. I'm still struggling with the whole testimonies. I'm struggling with this whole trial. I don't understand how
I want to
how
know.
this
So
the state.
desperate to hear when she first mentioned the kids and about that she's guilty. That's what I need to hear. Because we haven't heard, all we've heard is her waking up and asking for they give her a whiteboard and she said, do I need a lawyer? I need to know when she, how do they know she done it? What did she say? Will we find that out?
And when did she complete, because they say that we know she's guilty of murder because she admitted it. Well, what
Yeah.
date was that?
Yeah.
What
when?
hospital was she in? What medications was she on? Nothing of that's been done yet. I'm hopeful that the defense is going to be the one to bring that out to us, hopefully.
So
Big John says, could have Patrick been switching her meds? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it happens. I'm not saying he did. Listen, don't come at me, okay? I'm not saying Lindsay is not guilty of murdering her children, okay? I'm not saying Patrick is guilty of murdering the children, all right? I'm just going by my questions, y'all's questions that could simply be answered
where we're
in a
at now with
courtroom.
this evidence.
Yes, it could be answered in a courtroom. Even if they're lying, at least give us something, because we all know that they all lie. Supermom says, I want to know why the cameras in the house didn't work. See, why isn't this coming out?
Say that they went off.
Prayerfully.
The timeline, the timeline's different. I've been looking at that as well. He's saying he wasn't in at a certain time, but at 5:24 he sent an email. Then it shows him on camera in the shop, one of the shops, and he was, when his phone pinged, he was in the house. Something like that. I may have it wrong. So it was all wrong.
That's why I was trying to rewatch testimony, but I just couldn't get off the family's testimony. But I need to rewatch the testimony from the guy who actually did the searches into
so we
the
know
phone.
the timeline. Yeah.
Yeah, and then when she was going upstairs and downstairs, because obviously she was in the house. So when he talks about a flight of stairs, we know that they're talking about, there are 3 floors. So there's that.
Yeah.
So good point there on that.
Misty said the whole case has not been investigated properly. It really hasn't.
I agree with that. Because they would have brought it out had they done that, right? I mean, wouldn't the prosecution have brought out, look, we went over and asked the neighbors, we called the internet people. They said that they had no internet problems. What do you call it? Turned into them or called and
Wi-Fi
and said, yeah, any kind of, they didn't even do that. That's the easiest thing to do. That's just a freaking phone call.
Yeah.
To call them and say, hey,
Melly's
did you have any complaints? Melly, good night,
Mel.
honey.
Thanks for
Love
being
you
here.
so much.
Have good care. Good sleep. See you tomorrow, love. Good night, Mel. God, she's like as well.
Bless her. She's been up late. Misty says, if she was in a coma, maybe she doesn't know what happened. Now, I do agree with that, because like I
This is
said, my
why I'm
brother's got a
desperate.
brain injury and he absolutely doesn't remember anything except for getting up that morning and having coffee of what happened until way over a month later. He doesn't remember. So if you say she fell on her head, I'm making it sound so small, and I'm not trying to do that, and I'm not trying to make it disrespectful at all. But if you say she hit her head, whether it be on the brick wall, because remember when I told you guys my son fell out the window trying to fly the kite,
Yeah.
and he had a big gash to the back of his head? He didn't hit his head on the ground. The gash came from hitting the trash can that was out there that pushed him into the wall of the house. And so it was either the trash can lid that cut the back of his head, or it was when the trash can pushed him up to the wall and then broke his fall that way. So I don't understand how you can fall from a second story and land on your head and not have but hey, we looked it up and it said it's possible. So, okay, I have to concede. I will concede. But the truth is, if she did, what have we even heard about a brain injury? Does she now have seizures? Usually people with some type of brain injury have seizures. They have to be on seizure medication, correct? Does she have any memory problems now? Does she suffer with some kind of verbal, like not remembering a word, or you know what I mean? Like it takes her a minute to get out her sentences. Now, yesterday we did hear over a hot mic her having a little conversation with her lawyer, so we know that's not the case. But still, how come nobody has come up to say, yes, we can see she's a paraplegic. Thank you. Yeah. We know what vertebrae now were hurting her back that caused this. Thank you. What happened to her head? If she landed on her head in any sort of way, was there any damage, brain damage to it? There's just so many questions. And then today I saw somebody
on in
putting
about her mind. I mean, that could be medication, but she does look a bit spaced out, like that could, be the thing, that she has got a little bit of brain damage. But I mean, that hasn't been said, so I don't think it is. She definitely looks away with the fairies.
But sometimes she looks like she's awake, alert, you know what I mean? Like really paying attention. And then sometimes she just looks like she's out of it.
Yeah, do you think it's just sitting there all them hours? Like, I
It
mean,
could be.
we could be having talking and it breaks it up. But if you're staring at that screen, and she must be up at the crack of dawn for them to get her there. So I think she's tired as well, just sitting listening to it, and she has to pay attention because she wants to know what they're saying, and then the draining it must put out in case she's going to hear something she doesn't want to hear.
And then if she does hear it, then that's even stress makes you tired. That's why after we have a panic attack, usually people go right to sleep because all of the adrenaline. I saw somebody type in chat, and I also too heard it. Maggie, did you hear it in the testimony that doctor believes that the day she gave birth, she actually was running? Now, listen.
I heard that it's not true. Did the doctor say it?
The doctor said he believes that she went for a ran. Now, I want to say this. When you get pregnant, doctors tell you don't stop your everyday activities. We know Lindsay was a runner. But when you're 9 months pregnant and that belly is out in front of you, I mean, look, I'm not pregnant now except for with boobs. And there's no way I could run holding these things. I mean, it would kill. I'd be having to take breathing treatments. I couldn't imagine as being as tiny as she is with that belly out in front of her running. I'm not saying it's impossible. Maybe some of you guys said. I mean, and maybe that helped her go into labor. I don't know what the point of running was. But
maybe she was just like a little jog or something.
Yeah.
Maybe she was really fit and she only had a little, she didn't have a big, huge lump.
Okay, wait a second.
Where some people are pregnant and they're really neat and small.
Okay, so Lisa says ran a marathon on the day of birth, according to testimony from Dr. Condi. Shut up. What?
Hang on, prove she had a man attendance. Prove that she had man attendances. Yeah, he had that. He's after running on the day of giving birth. Which doctor
What?
was supposed to tell her to run?
No, she's saying, according to testimony on the stand, Dr. Condi said that she ran a marathon on the day that she gave birth. So before she gave birth, she ran a marathon. And I was giving her credit for just running down the end of the block and coming back. Misty said, yeah, she ran on the day of delivery. Listen, and somebody here says it's either mania. Lisa believes it's mania. Sharon says it is bipolar coming out, maybe. I mean, I did some stupid stuff when I was pregnant, you guys, but I was very young, and and that's what I blame it on. But even my husband back in the day was like, "No, you're not going to play softball. You could get hit in the stomach. You're carrying a baby." You know what I mean? And I didn't think about stuff like that. I just knew I could. I was like 4 months pregnant. I could still play softball. No big deal. I could still run the bases, just not as fast, you know. But he's like, "Are you crazy? Like, you know, you can hurt the baby. Not to mention what you can do to yourself, but you can lose the baby. You can get hit with a ball. You could fall down on your stomach." And then I had to quit playing. So it just makes you wonder. I don't know. At the risk of sounding like I am blaming Patrick for everything, I just want him to take some kind of responsibility for being a shit husband. I do, Maggie.
I'm just reading this up, girl, and I've just come across, so hang on. Dad runs a Boston Marathon in memory of his 3 slain children. A Massachusetts man. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it, but I had heard it on one of the things I was watching. Go ahead. A lot of people don't know this.
Okay, it says a Massachusetts man crossed the finish line of the Boston Marathon in memory of his 3 children who were killed last year.
Yeah,
Patrick
he did it last year.
Clancy ran the 26.2-mile race Monday while wearing the names of his children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan, on his bib, and wearing an item that belonged to each child: a hair bow of 5-year-old Cora's, a wristband of 3-year-old Dawson's, and a bracelet of 7-month-old Callan's. They were my motivation, Clancy said of his kids in an interview. After the race, it was therapeutic. It was purpose. I knew we could make a big difference, and we did. So it was good. Clancy's wife and the mother of his 3 children, Lindsay Clancy, is
Go ahead, sorry.
is facing me. Well, I've got that coming up next. An assault charge is related to the death of the children.
Okay.
On the date of the incident, and it just goes on, tells you what's what. So let me get to this new one now about the new wife that's just come up. It could be old, but it's just come up. Patrick Clancy and Rachel Danis ran marathons together days before Lindsay Clancy killed children. Fact check and mid-trial. A viral claim has been circulating online that Patrick Clancy and Rachel Danis run a marathon together days before she kills her children. And just repeats exactly a viral claim. Here, hang on. A new trial for murder of Cora. Blah, blah, blah. Amid this, a claim spread widely. God, it's repeating it again. They run a half marathon together just 9 days before the tragic incident. The claim was shared on a Facebook group. Has anyone seen this? And is it true?
I didn't hear nothing about it. Anybody in chat know anything about that?
And then it was on a Reddit forum. To be sure, these claims came from unverified profiles, but quickly spread online amid the interest in the Lindsay Clancy trial. So now it's saying no, Patrick Clancy and Rachel Danis did not run the 2023 Bermuda half marathon together, as per reports. Patrick ran his first marathon in April 24, and it was the Boston Marathon, what we've just read. Hang on.
Wait a minute, but I thought it was said in court that him and Lindsay together ran a marathon after the baby was born.
That's what I heard as well. But they
So
just
how would the
mentioned the
Boston
Merida,
Marathon?
the Boston one. That's all I mentioned.
That's not his first one, and I don't know.
So
I
further
don't know what to
results of
believe.
the 2023 Bermuda Half Marathon do not mention either Patrick Clancy or Rachel Danis. They, however, mentioned in the 2026 Bermuda Half Marathon, Patrick finished 81st with a time, and she finished in the 105th. The two began dating in 24 and got married in 26. So they ran the marathon together when they were in a steady relationship and not while Patrick was married to Lindsay. Well, we know that within 4 months he divorced her because you were on the
Well,
cards.
he didn't divorce her in the 4 months, but he moved to New York in 4
But I
months.
thought he asked her for a divorce with it when he
I
was
don't
got there. He
I
let him
don't
ask for a
remember.
divorce. Well, I'll have to look that up.
We'll have to look that up or see if anybody in chat knows, because I'm not looking at chat right now. You guys are having a ciggy. But I wasn't sure, and I don't know if it's come out in court. And I looked for all of the records, the marital records, divorce records, and the new marital records, and they are all sealed because we can get that stuff in America really easy. And that's all sealed, I guess, for this court case. So unless somebody else is able to verify when they actually got divorced. The only thing that I know has come out in court was when Patrick saw Lindsay in court. That's the first time he has seen her face to face since he found the kids that night of the 24th.
Yeah, it's saying, when did Patrick Clancy remarry there? And then it says here, Clancy's divorce. Does anyone know when Lindsay and Patrick Clancy got divorced? So, and then it's just saying about his new wife, Patrick Clancy, now his new wife, remarriage, and Lindsay Clancy child. So he's remarried, moved to New York. That part is straightforward. The harder part is his own testimony, what he knew before Cora Dawson and Callan died. What he knew before Cora Dawson and Callan died. What he believed about Lindsay, and why the clean, grieving father who moved on version of this story does not quite sit cleanly with me. This is on, I don't know what, some site, Bruce or something. Then says about just about her, the new wife, and that. This is an examination of Patrick Clancy's public statements and trial testimony. He has not been charged with a crime, and nothing here alleges that he participated in the killings. The questions are about judgment, knowledge, and the public narrative around his role. There is a reason Patrick Clancy's name is suddenly all over Google again. Part of it is simple curiosity. The public learned during Lindsay Clancy's trial that Patrick had divorced her, remarried, built a new life in New York. But the more interesting part to me is what came out when he testified. Patrick described months of worsening anxiety, psychiatric treatment, medication changes, suicidal thoughts, and, most difficult to move past, a conversation in which Lindsay disclosed intrusive thoughts involving harm to the children. He testifies that he asked whether she needed to be kept away from them. She said no. That does not make Patrick responsible for what Lindsay later did. It does make the polished version of his role harder for me to accept without questions. So this is not going to be a "where is the brave dad now" profile. It is a look at what is confirmed, what his own testimony says, and the details that keep catching in my throat. Yes, Patrick Clancy divorced Lindsay Clancy after the killings and has since remarried. The remarriage became public in court on July 23rd, just before Lindsay's trial began. Her defence attorney, Kevin Reddington, told the judge that Patrick had divorced Lindsay, remarried, and was trying to move forward with his life. People subsequently confirmed that Patrick now lives in New York with his second wife, who is a reproductive embryologist and infertility specialist. More details reported from CT Insider and the New York Post identifies her as Dr. Rachel Danis and says the couple married in April this year. Dr. Rachel Danis, oh yeah, it just goes on what she is, blah, blah, blah. She is not a defendant.
Let me make this clear really quick, because usually whenever we're reading out stuff, you guys, we give our sources, we give who we're reading out, we always give credit to who we're reading it out. But I do want to make it clear for those that have not been around here long. When we bring up stuff like this and we read it out, we're not promoting, and it doesn't necessarily mean that we believe everything that's coming out. In fact, usually we don't even bring up stuff we believe, but it is worth bringing into account even some of the news reports and things like that, because I would have never even dreamed that she would have ran a marathon or even ran down the street. I would have walked down the street. And I understand I did some stuff to try to bring on labor as well. Listen, don't ever do that castor oil stuff. Nobody told me that you didn't have to drink the whole bottle, that you were only supposed to get a teaspoon. It was worse than labor, and it didn't even put me in labor. So don't believe that stuff. But anyways, maybe she was just thinking, oh, let me go ahead and try to, get this labor going. You know what I mean? All of us women understand that. We have our own ways of doing that. But I just want to make it clear that just because we read stuff out doesn't mean we're trying to get you to believe what the article or what the person is saying. We're just putting out their other opinions, things that people are saying. And what happens is we go and we find out something, and then we got to research it. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, we're going to see if it's true.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to put that out there. And also, I never could understand. I never went and looked. I heard there was a GoFundMe for the family. I thought it was just to bury the children. The house is 3 sold, so I don't know what their bills were or anything like that. I'm sure there was medical bills. Did he take over Lindsay Clancy's medical bills? Does she have her own insurance? I don't know. But people making money off of tragedy, even if I just don't like it. I don't like it if you know them and you're making money off of them, it pisses me off. If you know them and you've already paid the bills and you've already taken care of everything that the GoFundMe was set up for, it's time to close out the GoFundMe page. I'm sorry. I'm just a bitch like that. 800K, if that is true, that is disgusting. That is disgusting that anybody, especially a family member, would take that much money. That page should have been shut down a long time ago by the family and said, no, put your money to something else. The babies are buried or taken care of. We've taken care of it. Lindsay's bills are paid. It's just sickening. So at this point, makes you wonder: is it still? If it is in fact still open, and they did in fact get 800K, is that what's going towards her defense? I don't know. If it is, as long as it's put on the GoFundMe page, hey, we're raising money for Lindsay's defense. If you want to. Then okay, do you, but don't make money off of the tragedy itself, especially after the tragedy's already been taken care of. Maggie, I didn't mean to stop you right there, but I just saw some things.
No, that's absolutely fine.
I want to make sure that everybody
knows.
No,
it's right to do that, because we're just finding things and seeing what's being said, so we can find out if there's any truth. So it says the children died in January 23. The New York Post, citing public records, reported that Patrick moved to Manhattan roughly 4 months later. Then there is the relationship timeline. The US Sun reports that photos show Patrick and Rachel together, hiking, running, and exercising from at least February 24. So they were in January. They died January. What date in January, Lee?
The 24th.
So the 24th of January, 23. So then the following, so the February 24th, they were seen. This is roughly 13 months after Cora Dawson, and Callan died. And yes, I find that fast. Not because grief comes with an approved waiting period. It does not. I find it fast because this was not an ordinary divorce followed by an ordinary rebound. His 3 children had been killed. His wife was still facing a triple murder prosecution. The criminal case was nowhere near resolved, and according to the public timeline, Patrick was already building a new relationship while the entire legal and emotional wreckage was still very much alive. There is another detail that makes the sequence feel even stranger. In the 2024 New Yorker profile, Patrick declined to discuss his marital status out of deference to Lindsay and continues referring to her as his wife. Yet reporting now places him with Rachel by at least February of that same year. That does not prove deception. It does make the timeline much more interesting than the clean he eventually remarried version. I also understand immediately why this has become TikTok material. Put the published photos of the 2 women beside each other, and at a glance there is a noticeable resemblance. Long dark hair, similar colouring, a similar face shape, and an overall polished, understated look. I am not saying they're twins. I am saying I saw the side by side and had the same reaction a lot of other people online are having. Oh, that is interesting. It proves absolutely nothing about Patrick's motives or psychology, but in an article about why people are suddenly looking harder at his timeline, pretending the visual similarity is not part of the conversation would be silly. There is something undeniable, uncanny about watching a man lose an entire family, move to another city, begin a new relationship comparatively soon afterwards, and then marry someone who, at least in the public photos, bears a fairly obvious resemblance to the woman he spent years married to. Maybe it means nothing. It still made me raise an eyebrow. I could not find a reliable reporting confirming that Patrick Clancy and Rachel Danis have had a child together. This is worth saying plainly because Patrick Clancy's new baby is now a significant search query, and once a rumour gets enough autocomplete momentum, it begins to look like a fact. It is not one. Redditon said in course that Patrick had remarried and has a family. Reporting confirms a remarriage and a shared life in New York. That language is not proof that the couple has or had a baby, and I'm not going to turn it into one. Patrick now lives in New York City. That move was already public before 26. In his 2024 interview with New Yorker, Patrick was living in Midtown Manhattan apartment and trying to build a life. After Duxbury, by July 26, W. Bear had people were reporting that he had remarried and remained in New York. Patrick works in technology. During his 2026 trial testimony, he said he had worked for the automation software company Automation Anywhere and later got a job at Microsoft in 2020. Recent reporting has continued to identify him as a Microsoft employee. This career history matters mostly because his first day of testimony began in an almost painfully ordinary place, where how he met Lindsay, where they lived, when the children were born. Then the questions move forward to the 9 months when their family stopped being ordinary. Patrick testifies that he met Lindsay in 2013. They later moved in together, married in 2016, and had the 3 children, Corey, Dawson, and Callan. Lindsay worked as a labour and delivery nurse. Patrick worked in tech. The family eventually settled in Duxbury, Massachusetts. After Callan's birth in 2022, Lindsay's mental health deteriorated. Patrick described severe anxiety. Listen, do you want me to carry on with this? Because it's everything we already know. And I was just trying to see the timeline. So it says here, I understand why this was confusing. Hang on. Patrick testifies that Lindsay told him she was having intrusive thoughts involving harm to the children. He asked whether she thought they needed to be kept away from her. She said no, and that answer apparently ended the immediate question, which I find shocking. That's not what he's saying, that's what I'm saying. I understand why this was confusing in real time. According to Patrick, Lindsay could disclose something frightening and then minutes later be making lunch, playing with the kids, or getting them ready for bed. He had never witnessed her physically hurt them. But hindsight is not required to find the exchange disturbing. A parent saying in any form that thoughts of harming involving the children are entering the picture is not a tiny detail. It is the kind of sentence that changes the temperature of a room 100%, I say. He was worried enough to ask whether Lindsay should be kept away from the children. That question came from somewhere. And once I know that, I cannot read his role only through the softer framing of the devastated husband who arrived home to an unimaginable scene. He was that person. He was also the spouse living beside a mental health crisis serious enough that child safety had already been spoken aloud. On January the 24th, Patrick left the Duxbury home to pick up and take out medication for one of the children. When he returned, the house was unusually quiet. He found Lindsay seriously injured outside after she had jumped from a second-story floor window. While speaking to a 911 dispatcher, he went looking inside for the children. I think we know that her lawyer do not dispute that she killed the children. The legal dispute is whether she was criminally responsible at the time. The defence argues she was experiencing severe postpartum psychosis and the effects of psychiatric medication. Prosecutors argue the killings were deliberate and planned. It goes on to say the testimony began in July 27. He talks about all three children before he talks about the crime. Then testimony moved to Lindsay's decline after Callum's birth, and it just goes on then about what we already know here. A growing corner of TikTok is not merely asking whether Patrick missed warning signs or whether his timeline feels strange. This is an enormous accusation, and the evidence currently in the public record does not establish it, but I finally understand why people are pulling the case apart frame by frame, because several of the details being circulated sound very different once you go back to the actual testimony. The first in Lindsay's condition after the fall, and this is the one place I was too quick to wave away the internet question. I keep seeing people say Lindsay's thyroid was crushed. Therefore, she could not possibly have told Patrick anything at the scene. The medical records I can actually verify do not say her thyroid was crushed. But didn't they say that before? Wasn't that said before? When it mentioned about her falling on her head and that was crushed, I'm sure it did say that. This what I'm reading now was put out, God knows. So it's still claustrophobic trauma. It's not a minor injury, and I do not think, well, she technically could speak. It's enough to close the question. So it just goes on then about the 911 recording is impounded. The jury of people physically inside the courtroom can hear it, but the audio itself cannot publicly be rebroadcast. Reporters who heard it describe Lindsay moaning and struggling to speak. Patrick testified that she told him she tried to kill herself and the children were in the basement. But the public cannot press play and independently hear the exchange for itself. Has anybody heard it? Because I believe it is out there. I haven't even tried.
I know I've looked for it again because I'm willing to play it. I know a lot of people. I think was it Nancy Grace that said that she has the full audio. Somebody said they had the full audio, but because the courts said that they would not play it, that she would not play it either. I was like, play it. But anyways, I think I remember hearing it. I think I do, but I honestly cannot remember much about it
Yeah.
because it was
But
just then
saying
coming out.
neck lacerations with thyroid edema. What's edema? Thyroid edema. Not oedema. Edema.
Edema is that swelling, you guys, or loss of blood?
No, that's oedema. That's what I
Hold
mean.
on,
This is
edema.
edema. Thyroid. ED.
It's swelling
EMA.
caused by fluid trapped in your body's
Right,
tissues.
okay. I thought that was oedema. Along with spinal fractures, that is serious neck trauma, but it is not the same wording as a crushed thyroid or a documented destroyed larynx. I would not say that either court reporters describing her as moaning and struggling to speak. Severe neck and spinal trauma can complicate speech, and the publicly inaccessible 911 audio means readers cannot independently judge exactly what was intelligible. Patrick was the only person alive at the scene. Now, Lindsay was alive, and first responders testified that Callum still had a faint pulse. Patrick was the only uninjured adult. Not according to Lindsay confessed to Patrick immediately. Not according to Patrick's testimony. He said she told him where the children were. His statement that she had killed them came after he went downstairs and found them. Patrick changed his shoes twice. This claim is circulating online, but I still have not located reliable trial reporting or testimony confirming it. I am leaving it open as an unverified claim rather than calling it fact or fiction. I am not here to debunk TikTok for Patrick. I am here to audit what TikTok is claiming against the record. And when the record leaves a question open, I am leaving it open. And then there is the tablet. During cross-examination, Lindsay's attorney questioned Patrick about a suicide-related webpage that had been assessed on his tablet. Patrick testifies that he had searched for musician Tom Hall, clicked Hall's Wikipedia page, and then inadvertently opened a link containing information about suicide methods. On redirect, the prosecutor argued that Lindsay was more likely that person who had followed the link. I am not pretending that proves anything about Patrick. It doesn't. But it is exactly the kind of detail that explains why this case has become gasoline for people who already suspect the official narrative is too neat. Who was Lindsay Clancy calling a sociopath? 4 days before the children died, Lindsay's phone searched, "Can you treat a sociopath?" That search is evidence. The person she was thinking about is not. And this may be the most irresistible blank space in the entire case. TikTok has predictably decided the missing person now is Patrick. I understand why the theory is seductive, especially when in its place besides the marriage timeline. The questions about what Patrick knew about Lindsay's mental state and the fact that the public largely accepted his account of the scene from the beginning. But the phone records do not say Patrick. It does not tell us whether Lindsay was researching herself, someone else, something she had read, or a clinical term, and she was trying to understand. The prosecution can prove the search TikTok wants to fill in the pronoun. This is the line I keep coming back to with this case. There are real gaps. There are real details worth side-eyeing. There are things in Patrick's own testimony that I think deserve more scrutiny than the soft-focus grieving husband coverage tends to give them. And then there are conclusions the evidence has not earned. Lindsay's own defence says she killed the children. This is the piece that has to stay beside the TikTok theory. because curiosity does not get to erase the defence actually being presented in court. Lindsay's defence is not arguing that Patrick killed Cora, Dawson, Callum. Her attorneys do not dispute that Lindsay strangled the children. The trial is about whether she was criminally responsible when she did it, whether she acted deliberately and understood what she was doing, as prosecutors argue, or whether severe mental illness left her unable to conform her behaviour to the law, as the defence argues. That does not answer every question people have about Patrick. It does mean the darker theory is not the theory Lindsay's own lawyers are advancing. If evidence emerges that changes that, then the story changes. As of now, it is not. So I am not going to turn suspicion into a factual accusation. I am also not going to treat Patrick's account as automatically above scrutiny simply because Lindsay's defence accepts that she committed the acts. A viral TikTok almost became a witness. The weirdest part in the TikTok is no longer merely commenting on this trial from the outside of the courtroom. It already tried to walk through the door. Emily Thorndike, a licensed clinic social worker who previously worked at McLean Hospital, posted a viral TikTok criticising the prosecution's portrayal of staffing at the psychiatric hospital around the holidays. Lindsay's defence then asked Judge William Sullivan to let Thorndike testify. Thorndike had left McLean's before Lindsay's December 22 admission, which is one reason prosecutors objected her video cannot establish. Sorry, I'm reading that too fast. Which is one reason prosecutors objected. Her video cannot establish what staffing looked like during Lindsay's actual stay, but the episode is still remarkable. A TikTok reacting to trial testimony became significant enough that attorneys argued over whether its creator should become part of the witness list. As the time, creators have filmed the former Clancy's home around the jury's visit, during the site where 3 children died, into another stop in the true crime content circuit. That is where curiosity starts curdling into something else. The Watts case trained the internet to destruct the husband. Now, this is going on and on and on, and I don't know whether anyone wants to say anything about it or you don't want me to continue, because it's something we've all heard, but just a little bit of the other side of why he's side-eyeing or she's side-eyeing. I don't know who it is. It's saying, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's just saying, I am not saying Patrick Clancy is Chris Watts. The known evidence is fundamentally different. Chris Watts murdered Shanann Bella Cece and lied about their disappearance and had already been building another life with another woman. Lindsay Clancy's own defence, by contrast, acknowledged that she killed her children. But I now completely understand why the comparison keeps appearing. The Watts case trained an entire generation of true crime viewers to be suspicious of the surviving husband, whose versions of events initially organises the story. People watch Chris stand in front of cameras asking for his family to come home. Then they watch the body camera footage again after learning that he killed them. Suddenly, every movement looked different. Every sentence sounded different. Every ordinary pause became evident. People believed they had missed the first time. That case left behind such an enormous digital archive that it created the illusion that total understanding was one or more rewinds away. The Clancy trial is creating that same impulse in real time. Patrick's 911 call gets replayed. His testimony gets clipped. Lindsay Clancy researchers become screenshots. His new marriage becomes a timeline. Rachel facts get placed outside Faces get placed outside at the side of Lindsay's. People zoom in on shoes. They count minutes. They listen to one sentence 10 times and ask whether the tone changes on the 11th. And because true crime audiences have already lived through the what's, the instinct is almost automatic. Are we making the mistake of believing the husband again? That is a fair question. It is not the same thing as an answer. Sometimes the suspicious husband really is Chris Watts. Sometimes the internet has simply been trained by Chris Watts to see him everywhere. That distinction matters. My Watts article argued that once the ending is known, ordinary details begin auditing to become warning signs. The same danger except here. The time ending is not even legally complete. Lindsay's trial is still underway, and TikTok is already trying to solve the version of the case it thinks everyone else missed. I do not want to shut that curiosity down. Some of the questions are interesting because the underlying details are interesting. Patrick knew Lindsay was deteriorating. He knew about the intrusive thoughts involving the children. He asked whether he should be kept away. She should be kept away. The 911 sequence is more nuanced than Lindsay confessed. The tablet search was questioned in court. The sociopath search had no identified subject. The marriage timeline is faster than I expected. I want all of that on the table. Why? What am I not willing to put on the table? Is fact, is a murder accusations that the evidence the prosecution and even Lindsay's own defence do not currently support. I am not ready to accuse Patrick Clancy of murdering his children. I am also no longer interested in treating him like the one person in this case nobody is allowed to question. Forgiveness, divorce, and lawsuit and prosecution testimony. Let's just see if there's anything want to be said before I carry on, because I'll never stop. I'll carry on. Does anyone okay with me carrying on?
I'm listening to it, but I'm watching chat as well. So
Okay, it's fine as long as no one's bored listening. You want me to shut up?
and if they are bored, go get a sandwich. Jeez, get you a
I need
sandwich.
to. I'm past me tea time. It's like 18:35.
Listen, I've been begging for a sandwich for almost 4 months. Get you a sandwich. Need a bite from me.
So in his 224 interview with the New York, he rejected the idea that he had been married to a monster and framed what happened through illness. He has since divorced Lindsay, remarried, sued medical providers for wrongful death, and testified as the prosecution's first witness. None of that proves some secret motive. It does, however, create a public story that changes shape depending on which part you are looking at. Patrick has consistently emphasized illness and failed treatment. At the same time, his testimony gave prosecutors a timeline of what Lindsay said, what she did, and what he observed before the killings. I do not find that morally tidy. I do not think it is supposed to be, but I also do not want to smooth those edges into a sentimental portrait simply because Patrick is the surviving parent. When did Patrick Clancy divorce Lindsay? The divorce itself is confirmed, but I have not found reliable public reporting that gives a precise finalisation date. Patrick's 2024 New Yorker profile made clear that his old family life in Duxbury was over, but he declined to publicly discuss that status of the marriage in the New York interview. By July 26, attorneys were stating in open court that Patrick and Lindsay were divorced and that Patrick had remarried. And it just goes on and on and on. So this person is side-eyeing. He's not, even though it's TikTok and TikTok goes like wild, he's now saying, or she's now saying, he or she understands why. Because there is discrepancy in a lot of the timeline. And we all want answers.
Isn't that
especially me?
Especially all of us. Isn't that up to the lawyers though? Isn't that up to what they're doing? I almost feel like, okay, as where we're standing right now, I feel like the prosecution definitely left questions on purpose. I do, because they can't be that stupid. They just can't be that stupid. That there were some of the questioning that they did with some of the witnesses definitely led to another question being answered, but it wasn't ever asked. So then I started thinking. Now I'm thinking, y'all know I overthink. I'm a obsessive thinker. So then I started thinking, does the prosecution, and this is just a thought, you guys, because I'm sure it's not the first time it's ever happened. I don't know for sure, but surely it can. I can't be the only person who's ever thought about this. Does the prosecution really believe that she is criminally responsible? So it is their job to prosecute this case, right? I mean, that's their job. To the DA, that's what they got to do. Do they believe that she is innocent of this, so they're fucking up the case on purpose, or not presenting the case that there could be that we could be left without a reasonable doubt? It just, I mean, these women need to be either fired right away as soon as this case is over, or that, I mean, they either need to be fired, or I have to believe that maybe they just are like, look, we think she's innocent of these charges, but it's our job to bring forth, and so what we'll do is we'll just, leave reasonable doubt out there, so they have to go with not guilty. What do you guys think about that?
I agree. I'm just looking up when she admitted to kill him. I need to know. I don't think it's out there.
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard it. I don't know if anybody else has heard it.
Yeah, has anybody else heard when she admitted? When did?
Thank you so much for the ones that stick around for the commentary in the middle. The rest, everybody hates us, and they're like, I'm not sitting and listening to Maggie and Leanie because they're nutcases.
Maggie's
But it's okay. It's okay. Like we're a little nutty here.
Someone come in earlier, Lindsay, Leanie, and told me to talk properly, talk English. I said,
they did?
I don't speak English, yeah. And all the mods went mad at it. I only noticed the mods, I didn't notice it. I said, what did she say? So I scrolled up and seen it, and the mods were telling me, speak proper English. And I said, I'm not English, I'm Scouse. And you know what? I'd welcomed it in as well.
And just so that we let the Americans know, because this is what I have learned since being with a bunch of the English, is that Scousers, a lot of some, I don't know what percentage, but some of England looks down on Scousers, and so they take every opportunity to
get a ticket,
to bash them or get a dig or something like that. So maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, they call us robbers. They think every Scouser is robbers. Listen, I know loads stealing, people stealing, robbers. I would never, I'd give before I'd steal from anyone. And my family are all the same, and all my mates are the same. And all my neighbours I know here, do you know what I mean? But, I mean, I have, like, told a lie to a team who says a hole was in a cardigan.
She sure did. We can prove it.
But that's that. Please, no one team who've been on here.
Misty Blue, I am not surprised. Not surprised at all.
No, I haven't. I'm going to look it up now. So it says, this is what I put in. When did Lindsay Clancy admit to killing her children? And then it just says, family says Massachusetts mother who killed children. And it's just about her mum testifying, his sister testifying, and it doesn't even give me anywhere near the answer.
No, it doesn't give you the date. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, you guys. There's so much that's held back.
So much. We've found now, very early on, how much was missing. we were like, we couldn't make head nor tails of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like, it was sort of, they didn't ask that and then just went on to something else. And we were like, why didn't they go into that further?
So do you, I mean, you know, we can't know people behind the scenes, right? But I mean, you know me, always trying to give benefit of the doubt. Could it be that those women really don't believe in her guilt, and so they're purposely leaving us with our heads spinning and cussing them out and making fun of the bows?
Who knows?
I mean, it could be, but maybe I guess only time shall tell. After this case is over, let's see if they keep their jobs, you know? And
Yeah.
I mean, because there's other people that could be put in that position.
Well, this is what we're saying, Misty. We don't know because we haven't heard anything about that part. The only thing we've heard is him saying he asked her where the kids were, and she told him they were in the basement. That's the only thing we've heard. When she woke up, she asked did she need a lawyer. She didn't ask. She wrote it down on a whiteboard. That was the first thing she asked, and then asked where her family were.
Where my family is, yes. And when can she see them?
So,
That's right.
so therefore, if she's asking where her family are, that includes her kids. I mean, although I'd have said, where's my kids? If I didn't know. So she said, where's her family? So therefore, at that point, she didn't have any clue what had happened. Is that right? So when did she come to and realise she killed her kids?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, surely they have to tell you that, would they, Lee?
I think that's an important part that would absolutely prove that, listen, obviously she didn't have any kind of brain damage that pointed to memory loss that she may need a lawyer, because she woke right up and that's where she was like, hey, you know, I know something bad happened. Do I need a lawyer for this?
Yeah,
but
she was trying to ask something and they gave her a whiteboard.
Mm-hmm. And that's what we had to do with my brother too, because he was intubated when he woke up. So he wrote on a whiteboard. And so that's normal for that to happen.
Yeah.
But there's so many things that they could ask that would clear this up, and that is one of them. Like, when was the first time anybody, whether it's a nurse, a doctor, Patrick, because I do believe they spoke on the phone. Well, they have proven on the stand that both of them spoke on the phone with the doctor in the room, with the police officer in the room, and supposedly with her with the DA on another line or something, telling Patrick, hey, we're going to say, now, this is what they said on the stand. You can choose to believe it or not. But supposedly she called Patrick with the doctor's phone and said, we're going to say that I heard voices. That's what the police officer testified to hearing. You know, whether it's true or he overheard, I don't know, you guys. I don't believe
so
that
the mother said, didn't the mother say that she told her the same?
I don't remember that part. I didn't get through all of
it.
it.
She told her mother today, and yet was it today or yesterday? She told the mother, because when they asked, the mother was saying she didn't know anything, but she's supposed to have told and the mother today, the mother-in-law, told her that she was she was thinking of harming the children, and he said, "Did you get a what is it called? Oh, I forget this every time. Get it committed, you know, in the hospital. Sections. Did you have a section?" They asked, and she went, "No."
Yeah, I heard that part. There's two things on here so far that I see in chat that I want to mention. One is this by Flower, because I never, ever, ever, ever thought about this. Flower says, why would a woman mid-mission stop her mission to return a phone call to her husband in a pharmacy? And the only thing I could think of when you said that was he was at the pharmacy. He still had another stop to go and make to get food. Did she actually call him back because she didn't want him worried, so he wouldn't come home early so she could finish what she was doing? That's the only thing that would make sense to me. I'm not saying I'm right, but there we go. And then this down here is brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you for saying this, Lisa. I did not think about this, but you are correct. That answers my question. Lisa says, Leanie, A brand new prosecutor wouldn't toss a case because she grew a heart. She'd get fired. And that ends it for me right there. That ends it for me. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. See, that's why it's good to have discussions, you guys, because
Definitely, I love it.
Bye, Natalie. We love you, honey. Thank you for coming in.
Nice. See you tomorrow, girl. See you tomorrow. John says, I think he's not guilty. I think she's not guilty of manslaughter, but under medical grounds. Yeah.
Okay,
Lisa says, indeed, Miss T. Oh, sorry, go on, Lou.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Keep
go
going.
on.
No, you go on.
No, all right, go on.
No, really, you go on. No, really, you.
All right, so Charlotte said, Maggie, I'm from the Northwest and I'm from the North. Oh, Maggie, from the Northwest and I'm from the Northeast. Us Northerners are the best of the best. Yeah, here, Charlotte. Here.
Here.
Yeah, salt to the earth we are, girl. Here.
Here. Oh, wait.
Here.
Yes,
Hey-ho.
What was I going to tell you guys that Beefcake had told me to? Oh, I was waiting to tell you guys this part of it until we got closer, but it was already brought up by John about the manslaughter thing. So one of the questions Beefcake wanted to know was, has the judge given jury instructions as far as what they're supposed to do in the jury room and things like that? And I said, well, he kind of went over that a little bit in the beginning, but he said he would have more instructions for them at the end. And he said, okay. He said, do not be surprised that when the defense rests and it's time to give the jury instructions on what they're supposed to do back there and what they're supposed to, you guys already know what they're doing back there. He said, I did not know this part. He said, likely they are going to be given, is it first degree murder? Is it manslaughter? Is it, how we've got different types of murder. He said they don't like the jury to know that in the beginning because if they're like me, and he was just using me an example, not to be mean to me.
Back. Yeah.
Yeah, he said they won't do it because people like you who are saying, let's just hang the frickin' jury, and start over. He said when you actually should, you already have a verdict in your head, which is not guilty because you have reasonable doubt. He said they don't want you sitting over to the side going, I feel sorry for her. I can't really make my decisions. So can we just give her manslaughter of 5 years? He said, so the judge usually will not tell you exactly in what way you can vote until the end, because the whole time they don't want jury members sitting there thinking, okay, this isn't murder one, you guys. This is maybe homicide. Maybe it's manslaughter. Maybe, you know what I mean? Like feeling sorry to give and then still charging her with murder, but giving her a lesser sentence. He said that will come at the end. So he said, don't be surprised when you hear that. So, because all we know right now is she's being charged with murder. And murder. Nobody said anything about homicide or manslaughter or anything like that. So Susan, welcome, says, I'm still calling it. Patrick and the mother-in-law are guilty. But guilty of what? Can you give us what you, and listen, you're not hearing no argument of me because I think they're guilty of things. Yes, there's things that I think they are completely guilty of, and not only them, but a whole bunch of them. Everybody involved.
You know what, Liz? When I listen to you, I hear so much of the R's. You've overemphasized your R's, but and I think you couldn't make a R sound more R if you tried. So I've tried to talk like you do in the R's, and I absolutely can make them worse. I go, where are you? What are you? What are you doing? Your R's, but it doesn't sound like that when you do it.
First of all, I think you have to. Is it really? What I guess my question to you would be: am I pronouncing the R's bigger now that I don't have teeth because of where it has to be in my mouth? Or have I always done that?
Always.
Okay. But maybe you think only I pronounce it like that because
like
really,
we say really, you go really. Really? It's like any R's in the words are really emphasized. Do you notice that from the UK, Charlie? Do you notice that these Americans with their R's? I have sat with Lenny and said, "Tell me what to say," and I've told you to say in Scouts. We'll have to do that one day. Get yourself on panel, everyone with the different accents, and we'll all have a go at trying each other's accent. We're going to have an accent daily. I'm going to make a thumbnail for that.
I suck at it so bad. I really do. I
Right.
try. I
I
was
sit
doing
with
the
it all day
Aussie.
and still can't do it. I never sound like a farmer, John. I know.
Okay,
No,
so
of
let me
conspiracy.
let me jump back into that really quick. Susan says that she thinks they're guilty of conspiracy. So in other words, do you think, and I'm just trying to be clear, do you think that Patrick and his mother are actually the ones that murdered these children, or maybe conspired to drive Lindsay to a place where she was going to murder herself, and not even, they thought the kids were going to be fine. Patrick would have his children. What, or do you believe that they are guilty of like actually the crime in themselves? And listen, none of it's wrong, and none of us will blast you here for it. No, you're welcome to your own opinion. Can't do panels. I'm too shy. Oh, Misty, it'd be great. It'd be great if somebody said, "Drop me that link. I want to tell you something." I'm just gonna drop you the link and let you tell me something. Just don't make me don't make the mods have to boot you out of here for trying to get our channel shut down. They allowed her to go mental. Missy, you've been saying that, haven't you? You've been saying that they were pushing her.
Yeah. Pushed her to the end. Pushed it off.
So when you say, when you guys are thinking that way, and like I said, I'm not saying that that's not true. I don't know. When you say that they pushing her to the edge, do you think that they thought, they never even gave thought to the kids that she would actually go that far?
I don't say they. If it's going to be anyone, it's going to be Patrick. I wouldn't say they, but I don't know about it. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm getting more to think now. I was this morning really thinking, oh my God, it is him. And then something got said, and I said to them, I said, oh, I've changed again. I can't remember what it was that changed my mind. I can't remember. How can anyone remember what changed my mind this morning? I can't remember my name sometimes.
I know before, in the beginning, I said that Patrick may not have wanted his children dead, but he didn't mind his wife being dead. And I said that the whole time.
Yeah.
But after hearing the mother's testimony, and even coming out of her own mouth that her daughter told her, and then how she told him, what she sent him a text message and said, "I have something to tell you guys." And that's how it all came out at first, that she had thoughts of harming her children. If he was guilty of pushing her over the edge, he, they, them, they already had the knowledge that she was suffering with the thoughts of harming her children. So if you're going to push a woman who is that mentally disturbed, who tells, and you want to just go ahead and push her. Damn it. Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
So if in fact that she was, they, them, all of them, whoever them is that you believe was trying to push Lindsay over the edge to kill herself. These are the same people that Lindsay told that I have trouble. I'm having thoughts of hurting my children. And so you do nothing to remove the children out of the way. You're even more guilty because you are trying your best to push Lindsay over that edge, right? and you're still not protecting the children, even though she specifically told you that. So now you're trying to push a woman who is so mentally disturbed that she has thoughts of harming her kids. You're trying to push her over the edge. You're even more neglecting the kids. Take the kids out of the way. If she really, really is a mother that they claim she is, and I'm not saying she is, I'm not saying she isn't. I didn't live with these people, okay? And people lie one way or the other.
You should
So
get charged with total, what is it called? Where you leave your kids. Oh, what's it called? Oh
neglect,
God, neglect. You
yes.
should be charged with neglect. I mean, if someone went to court after leaving the kids, they'd get done with neglect. So why isn't he? He should have got his kids to safety, and he didn't. I'm sorry, he didn't. Them warning signs were there, whether you think that they're going to do it or not. I mean, ask her, do you think, are you all right? Yeah, I'm okay. And he just took that. I just shit myself. I just spoke to my mum and said, you need to get down here to get the kids. I'm not going to put them at risk. And if she carried on hysterical, get my kids, I'd have let her.
Katrina,
I'd have been
welcome.
terrified. Hiya, Katrina.
Do you see what Katrina wrote, typed in? She says the new girl, his new wife, didn't want to take care of the other kids.
Didn't want to what?
Take care of the other kids. So that would, in other words, if they were trying to push Lindsay over the edge to unalive herself or kill herself, they didn't mind the kids going as well, because he was already involved with his new wife and was like, look, I'm not taking on any more, responsibility. I said I wanted you, not your family.
Yeah.
I mean, that could, you can't take that off the table. That happens a lot.
Oh,
that does happen a lot.
Supermom said, how could he work from home without it? Oh God, it's gone. Hang on. He was working from home that day. If the Wi-Fi was down, internet was good, but with the Wi-Fi down, how could he work from home without it? I'm a dumb tech girl and I know that. Well, we only found out you don't need Wi-Fi as long as you've got the internet. You can do stuff, apparently. See what I keep checking to check court's not back. How were these questions not answered? Oh, Supermom, there was loads of questions not answered. We were watching it, thinking, listening to them going on, and then you think that's the next thing coming, and they go, "Okay, we'll call our next witness." And you're like,
let's talk about the yellow lines in the road.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Didn't you miss something?
Loads of them. We were like, hang on, is this like the missing chunks? Absolutely chunks. I don't know whether we're ever going to find out when she admitted guilt.
Oh, I think the court records will be released, but it won't be until.
How long will it take you to get them, Lee? And do you have to pay?
It depends on the state. I know more states are making you pay for stuff like that, but we will. They will put, because it's a law. They have to put them, but they could charge us. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So we could get the court records, but I guarantee you these court records are not going up until the other two lawsuits that sorry about my dog, little boy.
Are they having a fight again, playing?
No, he hears somebody outside, so he's just been barking it outside. So I don't think that anything will be released until those other two court cases are resolved that they independently have against the pharmaceutical company, the doctors. Lindsay, Mary Jane says Lindsay should have been removed herself from the situation. That's right. That's exactly
even
right.
that. She should have said, oh, even having that thought has scared me, because it had to be paranoid. Why am I even thinking like that? And, knowing how she's feeling and how things can change. Yeah, she should have. She should have said to him, get the kids away. Ask a sister to take them, Alison, whatever. Just take them. I don't like this feeling I'm having, these thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Charlotte said there's more holes than a fishing net. That sounds totally like something Maggie would say, so that is funny. And Misty said something big here. Says, I'll bet you she admitted it because she was made to believe that's what she did.
And that
What
can happen. That can happen. When someone's in a psychotic episode, you can convince them of anything.
so Mike, then that brings up another question for me for people who have dealt with some kind of psychosis. First of all, we don't know how long Lindsay was in the coma, whether it was a coma from her own doing or a coma, medically induced
That
coma.
they did. I think it was them, wasn't it?
My question would be for people who know anything about psychosis or have had psychosis, when however long she was, in asleep for, that's what I call the coma. However long would she be able to come to, and then would she still be in some kind of psychosis at the end of that sleep? I guess that's what I'm trying to ask. Or would
Well,
she be
if she's,
medicated enough? I
but
mean,
if she
what brain would
woke
she
up,
wake up with?
but if she woke up and asked for a lawyer, did she need a lawyer?
Ah, okay, good point. Thank you for
But,
that. Thank
but
you.
still, she asked, did she need a lawyer? Then asked our family if we're a family.
And what did
So
she mean by family? Did she mean
that's
that
what I
by
mean.
Patrick and the kids?
Was she in psychosis still? Because she's asking where's her family. Why wouldn't she say where's Patrick? Or where's the kids? She said family. So I'm thinking she meant all of them. I mean,
Okay.
even there with the first thing on our minds would be where's my kids? So it sounds like she is still in psychosis, but why did she ask for a lawyer? So it's very confusing.
Exactly. So that's why I want to know from someone who either has dealt with psychosis or knows a little bit about it.
It's like she's
No
there, but she's
matter.
not.
So obviously they were giving her medication when she came in. Now, what kind? I don't know if they were giving her any antipsychotics when she came in, or if they were waiting for her to wake up to see if she was in that kind of a thing or not. But my question is, after she had been put into a coma or she went into a coma, is it possible that she could still come out of the coma in psychosis if she was in fact in psychosis when she did these crimes? That's what I want to know.
I miss Sam and fuming now. I was trying to get the wool from wrapped around this table.
You can ask her
With the back
attorney.
injury, she was back. With that back injury, she was probably on morphine. But you know what? I've been on morphine and it doesn't make you, well, it didn't make me confused or anything. It made me a bit high.
Lisa says, Patrick seems to have aligned with the defense. All the suspicion on him is really not relevant to the particular trial, unfortunately. I'm hopeful it comes out in discovery with the other trials. Very nice. I kind of got that thing off of Patrick, like that vibe of I'm only here in saying this because I have my own lawsuit that I need this one to go my way.
I believe that too, Lee. That's how
I just got that.
took
I
him.
just thought he was
Body
weird.
language.
Yeah.
Yeah. Body language, wasn't it?
Big John says, what all I've heard is Lindsay was a caring mother until that day. That's from the most of the witnesses. Yes, you're completely right.
Every witness said she was a fantastic mother, a loving mother. There was not one that said she wasn't.
And
even
I think
Patrick's mother.
Yeah. I think I would tend to believe the testimony of the nanny when it comes to how Lindsay was in those days.
Didn't she?
Yeah, and she did say that she felt like she was a great mom and she was caring. Yes, she was tired all the time, but she still tried to manage a household through the nanny by leaving notes for the day, things like that. I mean, I think listen, I'm just being real, y'all. Had the nanny looked like the secretary, with boobs that salute you, a butt that gives you a high five as you're walking by, a 20-year-old beauty queen, and then she's up there, I'd be like, homegirl, stop. Just stop. I know exactly why oh, Patty Pat hired you. But he didn't. He hired a very nice, and she said Lindsay is the one that did the interviewing of her. And she said, yes, she was a good mom. She did the best that she can. Listen, she's the one that was there day in, day out. Patrick was too, but he was in the basement supposedly working. So this woman was actually standing instead for
Yeah.
Lindsay, who couldn't do it herself. So I believe her testimony. Absolutely,
Yeah, me too.
100%. And she
Well,
said she
there's
was
not
a
one
great
person
mom.
that even made it look like they were like sort of, reluctant to
Yeah.
say. You all were like, wait, yeah, she was not hesitant, just straight with the answer. She was a fantastic mother, a loving mother. She loved her children, adored her children, whatever. They all said the same. And I do believe that. I know you can look at pictures and pictures can lie. I know
Mhm.
that 100%. But there's no lies in them pictures whatsoever. The body language between them two on a video was like undeniably they
Mhm.
just didn't give a shit about each other
There was
because it was
mhm.
like they'd had an argument and they were keeping the distance. That's how it looked. They
Yeah.
didn't
And
look like they
we're
were
not
together.
yeah, we're not saying that they didn't give a shit about each other like their whole marriage. We're talking about
Yeah,
just in the
just on
video
that
that we were
day.
looking at. I mean,
Yeah,
y'all, they were going at it and they were just trying to remain civil. That's the way it looked like
yeah,
to me too, Max.
yeah.
There's been some people in chat that went ahead and answered that question for me about the coming out of psychosis if she was in fact in psychosis. And to me, that's important to help me make my decision here. Lisa said that she believes that yes, she could still be in psychosis after becoming awake. Misty says she maybe didn't know what happened to the kids and was told what happened, then said, do I need a lawyer? Good point. Because
But it
nobody
wasn't, they
has,
said her first words.
okay, but this is what I'm taking what Misty's saying here though, Maggie. They told us what her first words were, but they didn't tell us what she was being told or asked before those first words came because my brother didn't
Oh, I
automatically
get
ask
yeah,
to
I
speak.
get what you mean.
You know what I
They could
mean?
be telling her, but would they do that? Would they be allowed to say all that to her? Surely the police are there and they make sure you don't talk to anyone.
I
Because
mean,
they
yeah,
said that she was chained to the bed, she had her handcuffs on. So I'm
Mhm.
sure, Lee, for what I know, you have the cops around you and they make sure you don't talk to anyone like that.
Yes, but remember the phone call to Patrick.
We have to,
Apparently,
yeah,
right?
and
That
that was
police,
shady, and that's just being like brushed under the carpet now.
yeah. So
Like
that police
it
stood
doesn't
right
mean
there and
anything.
listened to it and didn't say, "Hey, hey, hey." He's not a court of law, and it's not against the law to talk to somebody. She hasn't been court ordered for anything. She hasn't been arraigned. She hasn't been charged yet.
Well, then why
So
did they have it
because
handcuffed?
because just like when anybody else, they go to your house, they put handcuffs on you, keep and you haven't been charged, no, but they need to speak to you or they need to look at something. There are many times cops will put you in handcuffs. There is no problems, you know what I mean? And you're like, what, am I arrested? Why am I getting cuffs? So there's no problems. So
She
they
was in a
have
pussy coma.
they have what do you call that?
Oh, hang on, I don't know whether we're back in course. Hold on.
They have cause to believe that that person is guilty of something, so they've got her
I
handcuffed.
don't know
But
whether this is back, guys. Hold on.
They seem to have the faith in us.
oh, they got someone on the screen over there, you guys.
Yeah, they said they were going to bring her up, didn't they? After the brief. So this is the real one, isn't it? By the looks of it,
Yeah,
it's not
I
going back
don't.
on anything.
Oh,
Don't
so
forget
they
though,
said
she
that
came
they.
on the screen before and all the noise started. So they said they deal with it in the brief. So I hope
That's
that's
right.
not this
That's
part
right.
now.
Okay, now I remember. So the jury's probably not even in there yet. They're still working on
Yeah. They said they
Okay.
were going to get all the evidence together, pictures,
Yeah, and make
the
sure that the
fall, of the
videos and
fall.
the tech
Yeah,
works. Okay. So while we're listening to him flip pages, I just want to keep going with this and make sure that Misty says, but I guess it depends if they were still pumping drugs.
She's very slim, isn't she?
You guys look, those right there, that's a photograph album right there.
Yeah. What he said, we're going to show all the photographs.
I'm so excited. Here we go, you guys. Let's go.
She's very, isn't she thin? Like, doesn't move.
Her coloring is way off, and I don't know if it's just the makeup or what.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, I think we got everything fixed. Thanks for your patience. The next witness that's going to testify is going to be testify either by Zoom or teleconference, as you can see. I just want to tell you, this witness will be under oath, and you can consider her testimony the same as if she was testifying here live. Okay? All right. Mr. Rankin.
Yes, thank you.
May I swear her in?
Yes.
Dr. Lapisato, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name, please.
Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have some issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended to do. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us what you do for work, Doctor.
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And how can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with an MD degree in 1979. I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is the study of diseases of the body. Then I trained in St. Louis, Missouri, with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field, Doctor?
Yes. In 1983, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly. Since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. Had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a city of Philadelphia medical examiner. After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005, when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant, testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis, the city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, as it were, correct?
I am, as it were, yes.
All right. Now, did I reach out to you on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way: Did you look at police?
Okay.
Did you look at police reports?
Yes.
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay. No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes. I looked at her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory Toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. Mr. Jeffrey Drake Graphics,
yes,
under my direction, we put together some illustrations.
And Your Honor, we all know what it is. Could I argue this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
Just the prior questions.
Yeah, so same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out those?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah. And to the jury, copies of what was just introduced as the exhibit. It's just you can kind of follow along with the testimony. At the end, you can ask to pass it back to the courts. Mark that.
281.
Thank you.
All set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy, have you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
All three, okay, three of the children.
Yes.
One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you
Ray,
were.
do you want to take that? It might be just kind of confusing that that's better. Then we can go back, when we get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Have you seen, are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising.
Yes, on Callan, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that there would appear to be on occasion fluid that might be mistaken for a bruise?
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and it would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not. No.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Oh, many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp incised wound. Is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia, or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear, superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on her wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And they did those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of the bedroom, her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
Now, did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report and the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure. Yep. Start off with 4.
Okay. So
just so that's the first page that you have. So just
yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yeah. So what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured. And I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palm down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall, head first, she had cuts on her wrists which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photograph. She then hits really head first, and as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that. And then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae. Number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1. The lower right-hand panel there puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton.
Can you speak up, Paul?
The left upper hand, we see her jaw.
No, you Ryan.
And,
Where are you, Ryan?
and the C1 is
I just
always
asked
out
you
there,
if
and
I
some
was
little
easy.
springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured.
Now, looking at the next page, which would be 5, does that assist us in looking at the illustration of the injury to the spine?
Yeah, so this is after her head hits, so she gets her head first, then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy from the impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. And what that did was it crushed the number of her thoracic vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area, and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the T thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body. It's documenting all the materials I reviewed that are on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s. So she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you reviewing the medical records and able to discern that she actually coded as a result of her injuries?
Yes, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia, and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, and I quote, massive blood transfusions to treat her at Brigham and Women's?
Yeah, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I had, doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? I mean, that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on, so wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body, and also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate and they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, doctor.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Dr. Luckasad?
Yes.
You were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations in unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have a safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free-falling body, yes.
Okay, but she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right, she didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
She needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through
And
her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head. And then within her head, there was no brain bleed. There was no hemorrhaging. There was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
yes. Let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs here.
Ahead.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show them. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
I mean, whatever you want, we'll do it.
Showing you here, photo of the top of the defendant's head. No.
Yes, I see that.
No swelling, correct?
We just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head?
Yes.
And you're saying that she...
Excuse me, I'm
It was
sure
a yes or no question, doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague, if you want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct.
And she fell head first to the frozen ground and not with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Move to put the photographs we were just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
1682.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in State of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A? Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay, and so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked, if you have a very complete compression, strike that, you were asked, unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was...
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right.
Defense can follow up.
Hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if counsel would like to.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you, Doctor, wait for a question.
You were also asked in that same trial, Doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion. And you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur. And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature. That was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
She's answered.
Yeah, I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that it's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all 3. You said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
No, yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that's, yeah, so that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around, they went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
With continuous pressure.
Yes,
pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation means that somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay, that the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia. Whereas wrapping a round loop resistance band, which is a ligature, immediately compresses those vessels. There's no coming off, there's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen. Absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause, brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain, but the way they get there that's leading up to that is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you. Right.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression of those tubular veins, staying there, and then death occurs minutes later.
Thank you.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right.
They're not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct?
Uh-oh.
They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
The important part to me was they were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or not would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times. And I can tell that from the appearance of the skin on the neck that goes up.
So the band, doctor, wrapped around the child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did, so.
What was that?
I said, I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah, what you just did, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, doctor. All right.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
I was going to see you just for a second.
Y'all, you know Maggie called that right. You know Maggie called that right.
I'm getting on it, Lee. I'm getting on it.
Yeah.
I've been dying for the toilet for like half an hour. I need to wee desperate. I'm going to go right now.
Go, girlfriend. I've been sitting right here. This is good stuff.
Yeah,
First of all,
I've got my headphones on. I can hear everything while I'm peeing. So
if Lindsay breaks out, y'all, and
starts, it took us hours to get it up. Hopefully, it'll take us about 5 minutes to take it down. I'm just going to ask you a very quick break, and we'll bring you right back in. We'll call the next witness. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Next thing. There's Lee Harvey right on the chair.
Well, that's the first time I've seen the prosecution kind of get sassy there, y'all. She pulled out that band and was, even though she stood in the way and wouldn't let us see totally what she was doing, but we did get to see her kind of wrap it twice, and show us what that looks like. Why she keeps showing the bands, part of evidence.
All right. So we'll be in, I know we always say it, but we'll be in a short recess. Come soon as we can get the equipment down. We'll come right back out. We'll take the next witness. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. What do you guys think about? Let me go ahead and turn this off. We're still watching it. You guys were just muting their audio. I think I figured out the guy that's sitting next to Lindsay is probably, remember when the defense said that he works with nobody except for his son, who actually will, if he needs some kind of, I don't know, evidence or whatever, his son will grab it and hand it to him. Okay. So I think that's probably actually his son, and he's sitting there for moral support of Lindsay because, listen, she just saw the bands again that she actually used to murder one of her children with. Listen, if you guys got to get you a coffee, a drink, or pee or something like that, go get you it. This is supposedly a quickie. But we know how they have been going all through this trial. Actually, I think I'm biased. I probably am because what the cross examination from the prosecution, I agreed with her. I do not think she fell on her. I don't think she landed on her head. I don't mean to be disrespectful by saying falling or anything. I'm not minimizing it at all, you guys. It's terrible. I don't, maybe she meant to, but I just, having dealt with two traumatic falls from even a shorter, well, one of them a shorter span than what Lindsay fell, and then also a brain injury. I'm telling you, and I looked it up, and Google says that it is possible to fall from the second story onto your head without breaking any skin. But I didn't look up, is it possible to fall from that many feet? We need to find out how many feet the window is to the floor. Is it possible to fall directly onto your head without having a brain bleed? Or is it possible not to have some kind of skull fracture? I mean, you can fracture your freaking skull by playing football. I know. So I don't believe she fell on her head. Maybe she meant to. Is it here nor there? The kids are still gone. She still admitted to murdering her kids. I guess where it makes sense and where it fits into the case would be the prosecution says she did not try to land on her head knowing that would kill her. So in other words, she kind of stepped out the window, planned to land on her feet or maybe her back or her hip or something like that. Okay. And the defense is saying, you don't know if she landed on her head because the injury that she took to her spine can absolutely be done by landing on her head from that distance. And all I'm saying is all I've got is a YouTube degree. But I'm saying it doesn't make sense if you're telling me that she landed on her head, that there is, just like the prosecution crossed, that there's not a bruise, there's no swelling, there's no cut, there's no nothing. Even though Google says it can happen. Listen, kids take pop knots to the head from falling off a couch. If you fall off, how many times have you tried to sit in your car and you banged your, well, maybe I'm the only person doing that. Try to sit in the dang car and you bang your head up against the window top or the top of the roof and get a pop knot on your head. So how the hell does she not even have a pop knot? I want to know. So I think that was the best that I heard the prosecution do. And maybe it's because I feel the same in that I agree with the prosecution in that instance, that she did not land on her head. Does it prove she was really not trying to kill herself? No, but I'm just agreeing that she did not land on her head. That's just my personal opinion. Did she land on her shoulder? Good question. Good question. Well, my brother landed on his head and his shoulder. His shoulder took most of the brunt of his. He didn't fall out of a window either, but took most of the brunt because of the curb. But he still has a major brain damage because of it. Wild Angel says, I know, but personally, I would love to hear her story of the events if she even remembers them or chooses to remember them. But like Maggie said, she knew something went down. She asked for if she needed a lawyer. Lisa says, hell, she jumped. Do we believe she was aiming for the top of her head? Seriously? Listen, I said from day one that if I thought she was actually trying to kill herself, I would. If I was trying to kill myself on the second floor, I would not bother to open a window. I would just jump, like dive into the ground outside. That's what I would do. I would like climb out, take the time doing all that shit. I want to make, if I'm going to die, I'm going to make sure I die. You know what I mean? And I know that sounds harsh, but I call it as I see it. Wild Angel says, or was she thrown out or jumped running from him? Big possibility. I can't take that. I cannot at all dispute that thought at all. We don't have enough evidence. We just don't. So that's got to leave it on the table. In my book, I'm only speaking for myself. Wild Angel, I would have to leave that theory or that question on the table. They have not proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that that didn't happen. Charlotte says, but her spine took the weight of the fall. Given how inept things were, she might have had a bump on her. Listen, I'm just saying, she at least has to have a bump on her head. At least. And that doctor, said no. She didn't have any trauma. She said she didn't have any injury to her skin. She didn't have any injury to her brain. And I don't know how that's possible if you land where that doctor just said she landed on her head. I guess I just need to look up what her diagnosis is. What is it, a Jefferson fracture? And exactly, I guess, what position you would have to fall into. One of them, I guess, being on the top of your head in order for that kind of injury to happen. Let's see. Lisa says, who knows how she landed? Patrick was the first responder. Did he move her, and does it matter? I think it does. I don't know if he moved her or not either. I'm like you. It does matter because, just like that girl who came in here and tried to tell us about body temperature and how they would have taken her pants off right there at the scene and done a rectal to get a body temperature. And we all know that was bullshit because, listen, even I know, who only has a YouTube degree, that anytime you even think there might be some kind of neck or back injury or head injury, you do not touch the body. You just try to keep them comfortable, but you do not move a finger of that body. Do not take off a helmet. Those EMTs were not going to take off her pants knowing that she had no feeling in her legs and could not move her lower half to get a rectal temperature. Sorry. Didn't buy it. So I don't know. Did he move her? Wild Angel says, right, maybe it was meant to be that way if there's more to the story. All right, let me see if they're bringing back in the jury, guys. I think they are. Well, they're kind of walking around like they're not, but let's just hear what we can hear. I'm going to need the two princesses sitting right here behind the defendant to stand.
All right, please, your center.
Thank you.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy, all parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Dr. Paul Zizell, please.
What happened is, you solemnly swear that the testimony in your relationship with the manager and that you're not having between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zeisel, Zeizel.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that. Neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing. That's the integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5-TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample the size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking a let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease, a defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was an MMPI administered by the government's doctors on this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a case.
And what were the results of the government's doctor's tests on the Minnesota multifaceted personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
All right, it's Gemma's job to keep up with how long our little sidebars and things take. This is crazy, I tell you that right now. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate you. All we ask you to do is double tap your screen. Magic happens for you and it happens for us, and we appreciate you. Come on down and have a chat with us, you guys. Listen, you don't have to agree with me or anybody in chat. We're just adults about it. We'll have a discussion, and if a discussion can't be reached, then you just concede to let it go and chat about something else about the case. So I don't want anybody ever to feel like I don't agree with Lee or Maggie at all. Like we're just going to get blasted. Yes, there's some channels out there like that, but here, listen, differences mean learning, if you ask me. There's many things that I have learned by having a different opinion, and I was willing to listen to that different opinion, and it all made sense. So that's the way I like to run the show. Rocky Holly, good to see you, honey, says, this crazy, oh, hillbilly, how are you, love bug? It's so good to see you. I hope you're well. You said that you've been moving and got you a new place, and you miss and love all of us. To try to get back with you as soon as I can. All right, you take care of yourself. I love your new name. So good to see you, and I'm glad you are well. I want to jump back up here. Maggie, how are you? What you got to say, love bug?
I'm all right. I've just got back. I made a cup of coffee, so I'm sitting here now.
Okay.
Having my cuppa. I've had a wee. I'm all settled now. I haven't missed anything, have I?
No, not really. He was giving
You know
his
what? So tomorrow we're going to count how many brigs this course has.
It would probably be good to do
this
that.
This must be about 12 now. This
has got to be a record.
I'm telling you, I've never known anything to have so much brigs as this trial. So we're going to start tomorrow. And I bet you tomorrow they hardly have any. What you see too is the way. Go on, Lee, you carry on anyway.
No, I was just reading through chat. Wanted to see.
So it said there, Flower said, why I've never took a rectal temperature. So she, like, because Lindsay Clancy, you know, maybe the case with her is she had a tracheotomy. I don't know how to spell it. You know, the way they put the hole in your throat?
Yeah, a tracheotomy.
Yeah. So that could have been why they didn't take a temperature from her mouth. Or they couldn't get onto her arms because the medicine.
It would not be a true. So if they took the temperature from her mouth, or they took it from the armpit or the growing area where, you know, it would not be a true core temperature because she was out in the cold. If her mouth was open, it wouldn't be a true temperature. So they would have to take it rectally. But I guarantee you, I would almost bet 2 months, 2 months worth of Botox, that her rectal temperature was not taken out there on the ground.
Let me just, as we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered by the government's doctor, I think it was Dr. Helbrin, to Lindsay Clancy in the course of the government's evaluation?
Yes.
And did you consider the results in the interpretation of that test as part of your opinion for this jury.
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Objection.
Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, I have, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth with the exception of Nantucket because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military, the analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical incident debriefings, and when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces, that would be countries that were deployed over there: England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I'd be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, T-I-C, Troops in Combat. I'd fly out usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary. People getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them, and when that occurs, as one would imagine. There's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back from the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small bases. And the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable, and helpful. I did many of those events.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case, Doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping. The phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That next morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital, went to the front desk where one would normally check in, and there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Miss Clancy on the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Miss Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon.
What day?
February 4th.
So it would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days
later, right?
Yes.
You're also aware that I needed a court order to get you into the hospital.
That's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit, and meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
Yes. However, she was also, with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
So they're not little soft little things that tie her hands to the side of the bed, but they're handcuffs?
They weren't soft. They were regular, but appeared to be metal handcuffs that police officers and perhaps officers in this court use for detaining people and arresting people. So, they were not soft.
While she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit, I should say?
Yes.
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
She was not.
So she was able to speak.
Yes.
Was she able to move? Obviously, she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up.
She could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No.
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
You were worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
So as a result of that conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform, cops, guns, stuff like that. What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were 2 state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room, with a nurse sitting in the corner of her room.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
We go back about 20 years?
Yes.
And we socialized together?
Yes.
So we're friends?
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Tewksbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with 2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then, and that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June, and I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody. Is that correct?
Objection. All of this.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Well, you've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Why would?
No, overruled.
Why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific
objection and move to strike. It's not responsive to the question.
All right. Can I see counsel here?
I'll withdraw it.
All right. So that answer, ladies and gentlemen, that answer is stricken. Okay.
In Tewksbury Hospital, have you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a jury?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we consider historical piece of information. Static information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation for a case that Ms. Clancy's involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to be able to go forward with court proceedings.
Is there an additional component, and has there been an additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's, and then of course transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection. Approach. Please.
Can I see counsel?
Help me understand, because I'm going over the same thing in my head. I haven't heard another thing that they said after it, because So he said she was aware of what she'd done. And then he asked questions about the phone. He said, yeah, she wanted to see where things were between her and Patrick. So does that mean she just woke up and said to him, yeah, I know what I've done? I mean, is that all she said? Because if he's for her now, I don't know who he's for. Because I'm sitting here with my mouth open. Did she just say, yeah, I know what I've done? And then went on about she needed to speak to Patrick to see where she stood with him? I mean, is anyone else affected by that the way I am? Because that really affected me. I can't get over. I thought she'd be hysterical going, oh my God, did I kill my kids? I don't know what I expected. I just don't know, but it wasn't that. It definitely wasn't. Yet she was aware of what she'd done, or she knew what she'd done. Surely, I don't know, is he on her side or their side? I haven't got a clue. If he's our side, then why did he not emphasise and go into that a bit more? So it's making me think, was she still in psychosis at that point? Phoning Patrick, telling Patrick she loved him. I mean, come on, she just made it as three kids. You'd be saying a lot different to Patrick. She must have been in psychosis, because you'd have been terrified to call Patrick. You'd have been like, oh my God, he'll hate me, blah, 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 blah. You wouldn't for a minute be telling your lawyer you want to call your husband to see where you are with him, where you both are with each other. That proves to me she still was not in her right mind when she admitted to killing those kids.
I had to turn my mic back on because I'm
What do you
glad
think, Leonie?
I don't know what to think yet. I have to go back and listen because I have a couple questions. One of my questions is still is, because he said she asked for her family. I want to know. I would be saying, like, who are you
Who do you mean
looking
by your
for?
family?
Making sure that, we're on, me and her, she's in her right mind. Like, who are you looking for? Your mom, your dad? I wouldn't give her those, but I would want to see. So was she only talking about Patrick? Was she talking about her and the kids, him and the kids, her parents, her sister? What part of family she talking about? We still haven't been told that. And then the other thing you had brought up, oh God, it was going to be everything I forget. I know was going to be so good to talk about. Because I ran back in there and turned on my mic so we could talk about it. Oh, fuck me. That's just the way life goes when you get old. But I'm blown away. I'm completely blown away. And that is why before this witness happened this morning, I asked, can you still be in psychosis waking
So,
up?
Doctor, while you're evaluating her, whether it be in Tewksbury or you're visiting with her here, her present state of mind is always an interest to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs, and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, etc.?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callan, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Callan, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Jury's heard the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times
And
to other people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes.
Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she
was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways, having 3 children, ages 5 and under, not an easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety and the symptoms that she had described that she required that she had to be placed on some medication?
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school, prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves? What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol, and I believe it may have been trazodone and Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school?
Yes.
What was that?
That was Zoloft.
When she saw Dr. Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it increased?
It was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later. Yes.
And how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports from Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How about sleeping? Did she have any complaints about sleeping?
Yes.
What was that?
Her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued to seek help from medical health care providers?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew people.
Who did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
I believe it was Julie Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South Shore Perinatal Health.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes.
And did she continue to deal with South Shore Perinatal?
Yes.
When at some point did she stop dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
Yes, Nurse Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load, or
so she was transferred.
She was transferred.
Okay.
Yes.
So as a short period of time, she was transferred. Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position? Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes.
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers at that point, whether it be Tufts or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb. She experienced disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back at your life and you say, something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors were looking at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization. You feel removed from your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also complaining of other symptoms? And to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy,
Yeah.
she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Did she then seek additional help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not helping. They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to...
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing herself.
And did she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help from healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General emergency room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now, that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, fair to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, things of that nature during this period of time, October, November, December?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt that people could actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers could hear them.
Did
Sometimes
she express at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the Little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody?
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking, and that can have a very negative interpretation for the person believing that, feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations. But hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, "Hi, Hawaii, I'd like to have a hot dog"?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the unicorn in the corner, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Ring, it's 4 o'clock. So it's a good time to.
Sure.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. I would expect our schedule tomorrow will be similar to the schedule we had today, hopefully without the technology issues. And I'm just going to remind everybody the same instructions. Don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't talk about it. Don't listen to anything. And keep an open mind. Go home. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
I was just waiting to see if we could hear any more Why can't we hear him? Oh, what are they all doing? Everybody patting each other on the back for this one? What the hell's happening here? Oh, another sidebar. Go figure. Anyways, whatever. You guys, why couldn't we have started this testimony right here this morning? Holy cow. TN says, but to the other doctors, she never said she was hearing voices. I mean, none of them said that. None of the first we've heard about voices is when Patrick actually said that, and then somebody else said it, and then the police said he might have heard it on the phone, and now this doctor said, listen, there's his side, her side, and then somewhere in between is the truth somewhere. And I guess that's what we're supposed to do here and fill in the gaps as we're going along. I'm Maggie. What says you? I'm in shock. I'm going to have to go back through probably a couple times to understand exactly, minus all his credentials. Because listen, mad respect to this man on the stand. I think he's an overachiever, but you got to have people like that in this world. And I mean, not everybody can be a loser as I am, but listen, if Lindsay, somebody already said this in chat. If this type of man or this man himself was treating Lindsay in the beginning, I think them kids would still be alive. Why didn't the doctor, Maggie, remember when Tufts said that she had met Patrick one time? He had come to a session one time. Why didn't the doctor say, Patrick, you have got to take care of them kids, get the kids out of the way, or you take Lindsay somewhere else? Because she's in danger. I mean, the kids are in danger. She's in danger to herself, but she's also in danger to anybody else that she is having some kind of thoughts about. What says you about that? Can't hear you, Mags.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you now. Thank you so much.
I removed myself before because it went off and I had to fix it. I'm in shock. I'm crouching like the clappers. The sparks coming off the hook. I'm going that fast because I can't believe what I've just heard. And I'm like, I just don't know, Lee. Why? It's all we say because it is a big why. There was so many red flags. And why didn't that doctor say? I feel it was her job to say, you need to be more alert now than ever. You need to get someone to take your children just for a while. Let's try and settle this down or something.
True. I mean, if they weren't going to put her in the hospital,
take her in. At least take her in.
Yeah, then you have to let's just give Patrick the benefit of the doubt. As much as this hurts my heart, maybe he just did it now. Maybe he was checked out. Maybe something.
Naive.
Maybe
I think fellas are though, Lee.
maybe naive. Maybe doesn't understand much. So, but his mother is a nurse.
Yeah, she should have said to him, "You need to get air sources."
Yes, yeah, you've got to take the babies away. Do not just because
that's not right. You can't take chances.
You can't take a chance on those kids. I mean, there's only so much watching you can do of Lindsay when you're the one with her and you have to sleep, you know.
Yeah.
But we've got to take precautions with the children until we can get her the help she needs. And listen, as many times as I personally have seen a psychologist and a psychiatrist, I know that if I was in that way, I was seeing good ones that would say that, but I never felt like hurting myself or hurting somebody else to that, never thought about hurting somebody else, but if I did, I guarantee you, the doctors that I was blessed to be able to see, and believe you me, it's not as many as what she saw because I was in the military. Y'all, we get what we get. They pick them out for you. I
mean, let's be honest. You don't need to be qualified and be a doctor or a nurse to understand what was going on there.
That's exactly right.
You just see that, and it would totally put me on ease. If that was my brother, I'd be going, Patrick, I'm telling you now, I understand you might not be seeing it as it is because you're always with her. But you can't now. She's gone on about the kids. You need to source it. We need to get kids out. You can't take that chance. Are you prepared? I'd have to say that to him. So are you prepared to put your kids at risk? Tell me that now.
Mm-hmm.
If he was to say, I don't think she'd do it, and then I'd go, just tell me, are you prepared? Because you're going to have to live with this if anything happens to them kids.
Now, that is quite possible, what you just said there, Maggie, that maybe her family, even though I don't get the whole nurse part, his mother being a nurse and her not giving him reality check.
But that mother yesterday, when she kept saying, no, she'd never done anything about it, looked guilty. She looked ashamed. She was like, when he said, and you didn't do anything about it. Do you know what I mean? She looked like, yeah. So she knew, they must know.
They know now.
Then I understand sometimes if you're with someone, you don't see it as bad as everyone else because you're watching it on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as your kids are mentioned, I'm sorry, then that is the biggest red flag you're ever going to get. Get your kids out. Don't take the risk.
So I do think that people do get like that. Like, she's just a sweet girl. She's always loved her kids. She's been a good this, good that, and so it's easy to be.
She'll never have the kids.
She would never do that. So we don't have, even though she's worried about it, our Lindsay would never do that. Yeah. Well, you're not dealing with your Lindsay anymore.
Lindsay, it's someone else,
right. You're dealing with mental illness. It is its own entity. It's its own demon.
Yeah.
We all know that.
It's evil. It's an evil. That psychosis is evil. What it can make people do.
Listen, and I want to reiterate one more time, and I know I'm speaking for Mags as well, but we are so grateful for the ladies. And I don't know if there was any gentleman that shared with us because it's hard to tell.
Alex came in today and John.
Yeah, we don't know sometimes by looking at a screen name if you're male or female. So
Yeah.
we are very grateful that those that came in when we first started this, and neither one of us have really dealt with psychosis or dealt with somebody with psychosis. And there were many people that so bravely and gave us their own testimony of their own life or having been a caretaker for someone in this situation. And that takes vulnerability, and that takes, I think, a strength, because it's such a taboo subject, even still, especially if it's you, the one. And we had women talking about, yes, I had those feelings too, you guys, and my family stepped up, my husband stepped up, my doctor stepped up, like everybody stepped up, took care of the kids, and helped me to get well. And today, I still struggle with things, but I'm on the right medication, I'm on the right road, and I'm nowhere near what I was. And so I just want to reiterate that again, because I learned so much from you guys, firsthand accounts, and that's invaluable to me. That's invaluable. How am I supposed to speak on it if I don't know it? The only way you can is somebody who has lived through it to give you their own testimony about their life, good and bad. And it takes a lot of courage sometimes to talk about the demons that some of us face sometimes, right? So we're so grateful for that, because it really did help me understand this case a lot better. And I still have questions about psychosis, but anytime I think about them, I put them in chat, and I'm so grateful that so many people speak on it from knowledge.
I know, from very early on in the trial as well, those girls opened up.
So good to us. And I mean, man, you didn't have to do that. Did not have to do that at all, but I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for that. Well, listen, I know what I'm going to be doing later on. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to cook dinner for my beefcake, who is coming home, make him a pork chop and rice real quick. Get that out of the way. Get my dogs fed, because tonight they get a treat tonight in their kibble. And I pulled out some ham out of the freezer to add to their kibble. So I'm going to get them hooked up, and then I'm going to be sitting in front of this trial again. Probably with my remote, rewinding, because I have to hear what this man said again. I thought it was the most explosive part so far of.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I was hanging on to every one of his words, except for when we just kept going into his credentials. And I was like,
yeah, that was
okay, I get it. You're freaking smart. Listen, you can be a witness anywhere, any trial, any place. Like, you're the man. You're it. But after he started talking about that stuff, y'all, I was hanging on every word.
Well, I'm only going to listen. I'm going to listen to him and him alone, because as soon as I finish this now, I'm going to bed. It's pitch black here.
Yep. Get yourself to bed, Maggie. I will close this out for us, honey.
I am. Now, listen, Gail. So tomorrow you're logging on, aren't you? I'm going to be out until you're going to be in first in. And I'm going to be out for an hour, well, as long as it'll take, and I'll be back.
Yep.
Okay, Gail, just so we know. See you all tomorrow, guys. You want to shut it down, Lee?
I will shut it down.
Okay, I'll see you all in the morning. Again, as Leanie says, thanks for being here, because you know what? We've been totally lost without you. Every one of you plays a part, honestly. Gary, welcome and thanks for coming in, and we hope you come back. Can you please hit the like and subscribe to the channel, please? We'll be made up. So, girls, guys, I'll see you all in the morning, so this is going to carry on, isn't it, in the morning, Lee?
Yes, they have not even had cross-examination yet. So,
my
I don't think he was even done. Yeah,
and you know what? Either. I'm going to have to listen to it while I'm driving. All right, girls, love yous and leave yous, and I'll see you in the morning. Again, thanks. Have a good sleep when you go to bed. Good day wherever you're in. Charlie, love ya.
Love you too, Max. Good night. Have sweet dreams.
Good night, love.
Thank you, Misty, for the floating hearts. We appreciate you guys so much. So you guys know where we're at. I mean, we had to have known that old Mr. Defense guy, that he was going to bring it. He was going to bring it. And if this is any indication of the rest of his presentation for defense for Lindsay Clancy, we're in for a good one. That's all I'm going to say. He started out big. This is big, you guys. It's big. It's what all the channels are going to be talking about tonight. I'm telling you. My girl, my boo thing, Nancy Grace, is going to be all over this. I'm telling you, whoever your favorite YouTuber is going to be all over this because defense came out swinging. They put the right person on the stand at the right time. We're paying attention, sir. We're paying attention, and we're going to continue. All right, I'm going to close this one out. Thank you all so much for being here. The Mad Mods, much respect to you guys. Thank you for being here all day with us and for keeping the chat moving. And of course, kind and gracious to others that are hanging out here. Thank you for all the newcomers. We hope you do come back and hang out with us. Everybody matters here. Everybody's opinion matters as long as you're not a dick. If you're a dick, you get escorted out, and that's it. We just don't deal with it, okay? All right, so thank you guys so much. We appreciate you so much. If you haven't hit the like yet, that's all I ever ask of the channel. Please just give me a like, and I appreciate all of you guys. So with that, y'all be good or be good at it, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Bring it on. We are ready for it. Let's go. Bye, guys.